Having to track it all.
are live. Call to order. Today is Tuesday, October 12th, and the meeting of the Salem-Keizer School Board is called to order. We are beginning with the work session, and we'll reconvene the business session at 6 p.m. following a short break about 5:50 p.m. All board members are present, besides Director Marty Hyen, who is absent today. We'll move into our agenda work session and turn the work session over to our Superintendent, Christy Perry.
All right. Tonight we're going to talk and work a little bit just around our policy governance, and then introduce you to our dashboard and talk about key performance indicators. So Dr. West is here to lead us through the work session. And so Dr. West, I'm going to have you come to the podium and go ahead and begin our work together. I think everyone's got technology.
Chair Avia and directors, good to see you tonight. Thank you for hosting this session. This session was based on several questions that we've received over the last couple of months, specific to our KPIs and how we monitor our progress, and then more recently, a general question about, well, what is policy governance? We're not going to get into great depth around policy governance tonight, but it does tie to monitoring. So we're going to provide a real brief overview of what policy governance is, with opportunities to get into greater detail later on, and then move into the way we monitor our progress and the way that you as a board can monitor progress on an ad hoc basis through some dashboards that we have available to you. So to start with, what is policy governance? Policy governance is a model that requires a different kind of discipline of school boards in that it calls upon the school board to be strategic and visionary. And this is a little different than traditional school boards, which tend to be more managerial. So policy governance requires school boards to stay a little bit elevated from the day-to-day management of staff and school functions, and to really help govern the school district as we implement those things that we think will actually produce the results that are necessary for our students to be successful. To that end, governance is seen as a very specialized form of ownership. And in a policy governance school board, the school board then acts as representatives of the owners of the school system, which are our students and our families and our community. Again, the responsibility of the school board under policy governance is to the owners of the system and less in that day-to-day interaction and direction of the staff, and that would be either the school-based staff or district-level staff. To this end, previous school boards have identified goals that they wanted us to work on. Those goals are in Governing Statement R1. And some examples of what those goals are, you could loosely group under what are known as 21st century skills, if you're familiar with that. 21st century skills are things like being able to access and analyze data, being able to think critically, being able to work effectively and collaboratively with diverse groups of people. Those are the 21st century type skills that under R1, previous boards have asked us to work towards. In addition to that, under R2, which is an academic achievement goal, we've been asked to ensure that students are continuing to make progress in those key critical areas that we know are indicators of success, like reading and mathematics and science and English acquisition for our English learners. These are the types of metrics that are assessed on a summative basis annually through state assessments. And then we have indicators that we look at within the district on a more regular basis to make sure that we're making progress. Because once a year summative assessments are not enough for us to really know if we're making the progress that we need to make. So to help us with that, in addition to the R2 criteria of academic achievement, we also have some very specific indicators that the owners of our system have told us are important to monitor. And we know through our own internal analyses that these indicators actually have correlations to 21st century skills and correlations to the summative data that is a part of R2. And those indicators include things like a sense of belonging. They include things like an ability and the willingness to regularly engage our community and our family in authentic conversations about how to meet the needs of their students. And it includes an analysis of things like disproportionality within our exclusionary discipline data to make sure that students actually feel safe and welcome in our schools, and we're creating the conditions for them to remain in classrooms and be successful. So in addition to what we have in R1 and R2, we have added some indicators that the owners of our system have said matter and that tell us something about the overall health of Salem-Keizer Public Schools. And that takes us to our strategic plan. So you've seen this before. I'm not going to get too in-depth in it. But those 21st century skills that you see in R1, the summative assessment results that you see in R2, and then the additional indicators that I mentioned that our owners have told us is important, that all leads to equitable student outcomes. That's our ultimate goal, is that we want to see within our data that all students are achieving at a similar level. And that's why we have these KPIs. I've put this in front of you before. We've talked about what these are. Again, we're not going to go in depth into each of these tonight, but just to remind you that these KPIs are what we know give us those dipstick moments throughout the year to tell us if we're making the progress that we need to make and how healthy our school system is. To this end, we've put together a board report schedule. You have this schedule in the folder that's in front of you if you wanted to take a look at it. This schedule, we believe, does a few things for us.
Yeah, I'm going to slow us down 1 minute since we don't have this screen
Sure.
working. I know that the board has the PowerPoint in an email before, so if that's helpful to follow along with. And I'm going to wait till we get that launched if possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, we tried to put it top of your inbox at the end of the day.
Okay, well,
I know, not that you would have seen it on the way. I should have slowed us down first. That's on me. Can you back up one, just to,
You bet.
yep, there we go.
oh yeah, I got it.
So I think you saw this last time Suzanne presented with you, that this is our KPIs that we're planning to report to you on. It doesn't give a schedule, but it shows you here's the things that we believe are both a part of R2 and the other things our owners have told us is important to us, the sense of belonging, the community engagement, the equity work that we're doing as well. So that's shows you kind of how those key performance indicators flow into the system. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, just to highlight a couple other things on there since we came back to this slide. You'll see there, for example, biliteracy seal. That's something that, especially through our SIA engagement process of a couple of years ago, we heard from the owners in our system that having students graduate from our schools as multilingual students, fully multilingual, is really important to our community. So that's something that we want to monitor on a regular basis. We lost the slide again. Should we pause?
It's because you guys walked away.
Conveniently matching blue shirts and black. It was
I know,
here.
it's
Is it
just
a
going to be a
uniform?
technology day. That's going to be the day, yeah.
It may be.
One other, as before Suzanne goes on, the seal of biliteracy is the outcome after graduation, but one of the strategies in the SIA is around the dual language expansion. So a strategy to an outcome. We can measure implementation of dual language implementation, but then the outcome and the goal is for biliteracy. So, and heard that really importantly front and center in the student investment account engagement work.
Yeah, that was super important to our community and the owners of our system. So thank you for that. So again, we put together a board report schedule that is in your folder that you can reference there if you need to. We believe that this particular schedule will do a few things for us. One, it will hold us accountable to those things that we've said we're going to do, which is important. We need to hold ourselves accountable, and as a policy governance board, that is one of your responsibilities as well, is to help us identify what are the outcomes that we should be striving for, and then help us measure whether or not we're actually progressing towards those outcomes. Second, we believe that this particular schedule will help set up the information that you need for when we enter the very important budget season that'll be coming in a few months. So part of what we're going to do over the next few months is share with you information that will help you better understand our system and the strategies that we have in place that we believe will help us achieve equitable outcomes for students and actually accomplish those things that our owners and that our board have identified are important. And then lastly, there's flexibility built into this schedule because we know there are emergent things that will happen throughout the school year that we'll want to address here in the boardroom. So we think that this schedule does those three things for us. So what we're going to do here in just a moment is actually start diving into data and show you how you can access some of the data yourself when you have questions that you'd like to answer. But before we do that, I want to spend just yes?
Yeah.
I just had a quick question. In looking through the schedule of reports, I know we've had a number of requests from the community, and we've talked about this, Dr. West and Superintendent Perry, about when we will hear all of the various investments that have occurred related to the removal of SROs from our schools, like where that money is going and our plans for the future. I just want to ask that here so that you can explain which of those items will be incorporated in that report out and when they'll occur.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, the last slide in the work session we'll get to in just a few minutes here, and that gives an overview of what our investments have been to date. It's not exhaustive, but it's an introduction to what's coming starting in November. So we'll start introducing in the month of November the different investments we've made to address social, emotional, and behavioral health and the safety and welcoming culture and context within our schools.
Awesome, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm just going to go one step further then too. When you get into December, you look at student safety response team because we also need to think about social emotional supports, safety, prevention, all of that. So it'll weave in between those two. And the
Thank you.
yeah, the graphic at the end around the social emotional supports you have a hard copy of, and we can make it also available on our website, but we'll go through it in much more depth at the next meeting.
Awesome, thank you. I guess I got ahead of myself.
good.
I
You're
apologize, but
Yeah.
thanks for laying it all out like this.
Yeah, no problem at all. Appreciate the question. And we want to take our time going through it to make sure that everybody has their questions answered and really understands the investments that we're making towards that end. So thank you for the question. Before we dive into the data, just want to spend a minute sharing kind of some do's and don'ts around data analysis. It's pretty easy to jump into a data dashboard and start making some assumptions about what you're seeing. So before we do that, just want to put in front of you that data do not predict anything for us, and they do not tell us causation. So we'll be looking at a couple of data dashboards, and our propensity as humans is to start drawing conclusions and making predictions about what we're seeing. We need to try to not do that, and instead use the data that we're looking at to make inferences, to identify correlation, and to prompt additional questions. More often than not, when we look at any data set, more questions emerge than questions that are answered. So what we have to be careful of is drawing this conclusion that correlation equals causation, because those are not the same things. So we'll go through a couple of dashboards and we'll look at a specific question. We'll try to answer a specific question within those dashboards. But again, we don't want to draw conclusions based on what we're seeing. We want to generate some more questions. We want to make some inferences. We want to perhaps identify some correlation, to dive deeper into the data, but not necessarily to make predictions. Okay, so before I go any further, we had asked that everybody have a computer so that they could participate in this activity. I see computers in front of everyone, so are we all logged in? Okay, fantastic.
Already.
Okay. I am going to switch then to the first dashboard that we're going to look at. I think I need to reshare. Let me try this again. Great, okay. So the first dashboard that we're going to look at is titled By the Numbers. So in order to navigate to this dashboard, you all have access to this. If you're on the Spark dashboard page, hover over where it says Board, and then drop down to underneath District Data and select Student Data. That will bring you to a series of dashboards that you have access to. And if you haven't already, please click By the Numbers to start with. So one of the questions that was asked recently at a board meeting is the participation rate of our Hispanic and Latino students in programs like AP and IB. So that's the question that we're going to dig into tonight, and I'll show you how to navigate all of those variables within these dashboards. But first I want to orient you to the way the dashboards are laid out. You'll notice here on the right-hand side that there are several filters that you can select from. These filters include schools, they include grade level, ethnicity, gender, GPA, AP or IB status, CTE status, whether a student's in music program or not, whether they participate in sports, whether a student is eligible for free or reduced meals, whether they're identified as TAG, whether they have an IEP or a 504, if they participate in AVID, or if they're an English learner. Not all of our dashboards include all of these same sets of variables and the same group of filters, but just to orient you that all of our dashboards do have to some degree the ability to filter the data that you're looking at. So when you have specific questions, such as what is the participation rate of our Hispanic and Latino students within our AP and IB programs, these filters will allow you to answer those questions. And I'm starting with this dashboard by the numbers because this dashboard will provide us a really nice overview of a particular student group before we dig into more detail about the programs that that particular student group is involved in. So the first filter that I'm going to choose here is ethnicity. I'm going to select on ethnicity, and please go ahead and do this on your own screen. Deselect all and select Hispanic. Once you have Hispanic selected, click Apply, and it'll take just a few seconds. And that will change the by the numbers. Let's see here. Okay, and you'll see there at the top, we went from about 41,000 students to about 18,000 students, so 18,387. So that number represents all of the students who are identified as Hispanic in our system, and then you see the breakdown there by level. Pre-K, elementary, middle level, and then high school level. You also see in this section right here And I'll show you with the, it's not working, okay? I'll show you with the cursor. In this section right here, some different student programs that the students are eligible for. So among those 18,300 students, 80% of those students qualify for free or reduced meals. 3% of those students are identified as talented and gifted. 16% of the students are receiving special education services, and 18% of the students are in our AVID program. Again, this just gives you a real nice high-level snapshot of the student group that you're looking at. We can dig in even further, and I think this is a really good indication of the complexity of the work that we do in our schools, and also of the incredible diversity of cultures that we have represented, cultural languages, as well as the cultural assets that students bring to our schools. Just within our Hispanic and Latino population, there are 32 different languages spoken. So we often think of Latino and Hispanic populations as only speaking Spanish. What these data show us is that this is actually an incredibly diverse group of students, and they bring an incredible fund of knowledge and assets into our school environments. So again, just another way to look at a particular student group. Then to answer the specific question, what is the participation rate of our Hispanic and Latino students within our AP and IB programs? If you look in the lower left-hand corner here, you'll see high school GPA and engagement. And within this group, you can see that 21% of the students who are identified as Latino and Hispanic participate in an AP or IB class. And that 58% of that same student group participates in a CTE program. 14% participate in music, and 11% are participating in sports. So again, this is just a real quick way to get a snapshot of a particular student group as you start to answer questions that you may have related to the health of our school system. Yes?
Can I ask, Dr. West, that 21% of the high school students participate in AP and IB, correct?
21% of the students identified as Latino or Hispanic participate in AP or IB classes.
Of the total high school students, because that's only in AP, IB, or is it like pre-AP, you're kind of preparing them for the track towards AP also? Does it include that?
Correct, just students in grades 9 through 12.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you that if they are in middle school, they are getting ready for AP when they go to high school?
Correct. It does not tell us that.
So if I wanted to compare the last 10 years, is that possible?
We don't have 10 years worth of data here. So this particular dashboard is just current, where we're at currently as a school system. There is another dashboard that I'll show you that will allow you to look at some historical data, not 10 years worth of historical data.
Okay.
Okay, did I see another hand up? Another question?
No.
Okay. Are there any other questions specific to this dashboard before we move on to the second dashboard?
Pretty robust, that's all I got to say. And provide us a lot of information that we could seek for ourselves and bring talking points if we really need to meet with the goals that we set forth for the district to achieve. So thank you.
Yeah, Chair Avila, I appreciate that. It's really easy to go down rabbit holes with dashboards like this. So for example, if you just wanted to know how our Hispanic and Latino boys are doing, you could do that. You could set that filter. And then our Hispanic and Latino boys who have an IEP or who participate in, you can really go down some rabbit trails with these dashboards, which are super informative. And can really help us hone in and narrow in on where we need to do the most work. And that's why these dashboards are super powerful for us. They help us answer questions, but they also help us identify gaps. Yes, sir.
Dr. West, if I understand how to use this, in the high school there are 5,679 students according to this, 5,679 students in 9 to 12. So
Total students? No, sir.
No, out of the Hispanic students, it says 5,679 are enrolled in.
Oh,
9
yes,
to 12.
correct. Yes.
And so if you see AP and IB, that'll be like, where is that AP and IB, whatever. So that'll be like 1,178 out of that 5,000 and odd are in AP and IB. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, so we have a general overview, at least one quick answer to the question, at what rate are our Hispanic and Latino students participating in AP or IB? The answer to that question may actually generate more questions. So now we know how they're participating in AP and IB, but what does that look like across all of our high schools? What does that look like for other programs? So I'm going to show you another dashboard that will allow you to dig in even deeper. If you hover over board again and then select student data once again and return back to that home screen, this time select on student program participation. And you'll see a dashboard that looks like this. You'll see again that there are several filters along the right-hand side. Those filters include different schools that you can select, grade levels, ethnicity, IEP status, AVID status, EL status, and then particular engagement groups. These engagement groups are different than what we saw on the by the numbers dashboard. These engagement groups are set up similar to what we saw in the lower left-hand corner on the by the numbers dashboard. They include APIB, CTE, music, sports, and then none. So if you wanted to look, for example, just at the participation rates among students that are in music classes, you could drill down to that level of specificity. But the question that we're answering, again, is how is our Latino and our Hispanic students' participation rate in different programs? So I select ethnicity, I deselect all, and I select Hispanic, and then click apply. And that's going to change my data here in just a minute. And so what I see here, starting in the upper left-hand corner, is participation by group. And if I hover over each slice of this pie, I get some specific numbers. So among our Hispanic and Latino students, we see that 2,774 of those students are engaged in at least one program. 1,584 are engaged in 2 programs. 257 are engaged in 3 or 4 programs, and then 733 are engaged in 0. So again, that starts us with a real nice high-level overview of engagement. That same principle of using your cursor to hover over the pie chart applies to the grid chart that you see here. So now I can see, well, how many of those students participate specifically in CTE? And in this particular case, it's 2,437, which represents 45.5% of students. None, 733, we looked at that on the pie chart as well. 682 students in APIB, 476 in CTE music, 394 in CTE sports, 204 APIB, and then we have 79 in music. Then you can see the breakdown by school, which is also really helpful. You can see that at McKay, among the students at McKay who are identified as Hispanic and Latino, we have 11.6% of the students in an APIB class. And then you can drill down further into those numbers. One of the things I want to point out here, which I didn't show you when we first switched to this screen, is these numbers are slightly different than what you saw on the by the numbers screen. And the reason for that is by the numbers is an aggregate of all students in grades 9 through 12 that fit a particular filter. This particular dashboard, when you first log into it, you'll notice that not all of our high schools are selected here. So if you want to see all students that qualify for high school, then open up that filter and just select all. So some of the schools that are not automatically selected include schools like Early College, for example, or Bilingual Gateway, for example. And some of the reasons why those are not automatically selected, Gateway, for example, is a transition school where students who are waiting to be placed perhaps in a newcomer center might be placed temporarily. But if I did select all of those students and select apply, then you'll see that the numbers change again and it gets really messy quite quickly. And that's one of the reasons why we don't have all of those filters selected by default. So let me pause here for just a minute. You've seen two dashboards. So what I'd like to do is give the board an opportunity to go into those two dashboards, play around a little bit, hover over some of the metrics, and ask a couple of questions that might emerge from your exploration. And Superintendent Perry, if you have anything you'd like to add, please feel free to do so.
No, I was doing some exploration and
Yeah.
was fascinated. I just looked at our students on IEPs and their engagement at each of the schools and by district, and it was just there's some really high, across the board, high levels of participation in CTE, but even more so for our students with disabilities.
Yeah,
General
which is a real
observation.
celebration. One of the things that you'll see later on during the regular board session is some information about the impact of CTE on graduation. It's a really important program for our students that we want to continue to encourage participation in.
And to go back to our CTEC discussion from last time, we were so focused on CTEC, but we were talking about the programs across all of the high schools. This really demonstrates the level of involvement in CTE in their comprehensive high school
I'm looking at
as well. Although I think CTEC ran those numbers.
11,
Yes.
13.
Yeah,
So you gotta be
within
careful
our
with the data.
within our 6 comprehensive high schools, we have 52 different CTE programs. Might be 53 now. So there's really a robust offering among all of our high schools for students to engage in CTE programs. And we know that that is a way to help students actually graduate from high school and then prepare them for college and career to come.
I'm really liking this. I'm just doing a quick comparison to the amount of students, Latino students that we have in APIB courses in comparison to our white fellow students. And the disparities are large, and as I've always said, even when I was campaigning, that's something I want to see us intentionally focus to increase those opportunities. And it's really about when we're talking about students going to college or beyond high school, it matters the access and the experiences that they need to have. So there's going to be a lot of drilling down. There's going to be a lot of discussions and planning and goal setting.
Yeah, and we hope you'll help us with that, and that's a goal that we share as well, which is one of the reasons why we've recently switched to embedded honors, because we recognize that many of our students, especially students of color, weren't accessing our honors classes, for example, in the 9th and 10th grade. So with embedded honors, all students have access to that, and by starting early, those students have greater access then to AP and IB classes. They feel more prepared as they enter the later high school grades to enter into those more rigorous coursework.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dr. West, I just wanted to ask you, this is beautiful. Now, is there any way to kind of see when these students are younger in elementary and middle school, and what kind of pipelines we have, and what kind of ways in which we can start visualizing? Are we kind of getting our students ready in that pipeline so that more people are prepared with the foundational, first elementary and middle, so that they feel confident and they can fit in with the high-level AP and IB?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't have a metric that specifically ties, let's say a second grade metric that specifically ties to participation in AP or IB classes. What we do have, and which we can dive into at a later time if you're interested, are metrics such as benchmark reading level in Spanish or English at grade 2 or grade 3. So we can drill deep into that to identify how many of our students are actually reading at grade level by the time they exit second grade and enter into third grade. And we know that's an important metric because there is so much correlation data, decades of research that show us that a student's third grade reading level is strongly correlated to a graduation outcome. So that's a metric we want to pay close attention to. And it won't necessarily predict participation in an AP or IB class, but it is highly correlated to success in high school.
In other words, it's almost like having a STEM or STEAM identity kind of built so they kind of become confident. We know, at least children from Black community and Latino community and girls, when it comes to computer science or, there's almost like a self-selection process that they don't seem to have, and eventually it shows in terms of either AP classes or post-secondary. So is there a way we can take this, probably the younger classes, and see if they're kind of STEAM ready or STEM ready, so that they get more, not just removing the honors classes, but they feel more confident to take challenging classes and aspire for?
Yeah, I think so. That's one of the reasons why we added this year math to our KPIs. So prior to this year, mathematic progress was not one of our KPIs. It is this year at the 5th grade level, the 7th grade level, and then algebra. And math is not necessarily a direct replacement for science, but we do know that students who feel confident in their math skills are often more confident in their science skills as well. So there's a correlation there.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
She's in charge. She's calling you.
Well, not technically, but okay. So do we have the ability to look at students, let's say, that are in the ELL program and their trajectory into AP, IB classes and any disparities in those program transitions or correlation of partnership? So what I'm asking is, I had a parent call me and stated that the ELL program, they felt in their mind was one of the barriers for their students to be able to successfully transition into AP or IB classes, specifically AP in this case.
Okay.
Do we have data that shows the number of students that have participated in ELL that have transitioned successfully or not, possibly, to AP?
Yeah, I'm going to rephrase that to make sure I understand. So transition to us means that a student has transitioned out of their English language supports. I think what the parent is asking is access to the programs, AP and IB programs, for example, when they are an English learner. Is that what the parent is asking?
Possibly.
Okay. So we have data that tell us how many of our students who are ELs are participating in those programs. So I just quickly reverted back to the by the numbers dashboard here, and I'm going to select under ELL. Let me scroll here just a wee bit to yes, and then apply that filter. And again, if you look down, after this is done thinking, there we go. If you look down into the lower left-hand corner, you'll see that 14% of our students who are English learners are participating in AP or IB classes. That is less than the general high school population. So they are not accessing AP and IB classes at the same rate as their high school peers. So the answer to your question is, being an English learner may be a barrier, and that's something that we would want to dig into.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Does that number include, that's the students who have not exited EL programs when they're in high school, right?
That is correct.
So there's another group of students, because our goal is to exit out of EL programs prior to high school. And when students do, we know they have a graduation rate commensurate with with all groups. So that what that doesn't show you is if they were in EL in middle school and exited out, what the access was. And I don't know if that ever EL is in that.
No, but that's a filter we should add now that
That's what I'm.
See, this is
yep.
why we do this work, exactly for this reason.
I know.
Because we need that filter. Our internal data do tell us, just as Superintendent Perry said, that students who transition out of English language services before they enter high school, they graduate at rates higher than their monolingual white peers. So they're very successful in our system. We should be able to actually filter by that group of students as well as all of these other groups when we're looking at these dashboards. So thank you for that question.
So if the parent was a parent of a middle schooler, the answer is different than if the parent is a parent of a high schooler and still in EL services. But we can talk more on that.
Yeah, I just think
Yep.
I think it's
The both.
important, one, to point out that only, and I say only, I'm very thrilled with the 244 or whatever it was, but for the better part of a year, I've been specifically trying to figure out why there's this challenge for this population. And I love that we have this here. I'm also curious to know what the success rate of transition out of ELL into prior to high school is. But ultimately, I want to know what the barriers are and how we can overcome those barriers, because there's a community of folks that are wanting their kids to be more successful. We've talked about college bound, and these classes are opportunities that springboard them into that success. So I think for me, it would be a priority to get that data and then really dig in with the administration on the barriers to try to solve them.
Yeah, that's something we can work on. Thank you for that. We'll make that happen.
We talked a little bit about, before the work session, about how do you go through a root cause analysis exercise, and that might be a great question,
Great.
access type.
I think that there's several parents that would like to participate in that I could help identify.
Yeah, I believe so. Thank you for engaging in a little bit of a dive into the dashboards. You have access to several, and we've just walked through how to quickly answer some questions and again, generate more questions, which we've just done here in the boardroom. Just to wrap up, you also have in your folder this particular graphic right here, the social, emotional, and behavioral health supports graphic. It's an infographic that shares with you a brief narrative of how we embarked on this work in the year 2016-2017, a high-level timeline of the different efforts that we've engaged in since the 16-17 school year, the additional staff that we've put in place to support both directly in our school environments and then to support the staff who are supporting in our school environments, and then the total FTE that we have dedicated to social, emotional, and behavioral supports right now. So again, the question as to how are we employing our resources to make sure that we're creating safe and welcoming schools, we'll dive deeper into this into the coming months, but we wanted to provide you an overview of what that looks like right now. Superintendent Perry?
No, I don't have any follow-up questions, but I just want to thank you. One of the, my pushes is going to continue to be that we, maybe once we get through all of our reports this year and into the summer, is that we really take a look at the results policy, because our owners have told us some things about that they want to see in a results policy, sense of belonging, community engagement, that I think we could really now, through this model, weave into the results policy. So I don't think it has to be done now, but I think once we get through a cycle, it would be awesome to revisit those two policies.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I just wanted to say thank you very much. This is a very good thing, because this really kind of takes a filter, it takes my implicit bias off, and it allows me to look at it in a way that helps me see the system. So I feel having access to data, my hope is at some point in time we can literally have community have access to data. It's like a community-facing data, because each of these numbers are our children, our students, our family members, right? So because to me, this is an important step by making sure the data is available so that everybody looks at the same data and will sit around and then start connecting the data to lived experience. You know, if you really want to dismantle structural racism, I believe this is an important first step, because until we have this kind of transparency and availability, so we all look at the same data from different vantage point of view, and connect it to our lived experience, and then say, what does this data mean? Is this data really connecting with my life experience, or we need to measure something else? Then comes other changes in policies, practice, training, everything else, all the other pieces which will help us level the playing field. So, I mean, this is a huge step for me and for us compared to where we were 2 years ago and where we were 1 year ago. It just takes so much out of our own emotion-driven, our own little, you know, preformed ideas about what it is, or making these kind of, as you rightly cautioned us, don't make correlation yet. It's just understand that basic data. So thank you for cautioning us on that. And another important feature I just want to share where we were. You know, 2018, we saw 20 youth suicide, completed youth suicide in Marion County. And
Point of order.
today,
Point of
today
order. I'm
we-
calling Chair Chandigiri, I'm calling a point of order. We need to stick to the
Okay.
talking points, please.
I was just going to share about this 2021, that 65 schools will have a mental health person. That is a commendable step you have. I just want, sorry about that.
Thank you today. Thank you about that. We're going to move on to the board report schedule.
Yeah, and,
Thank you, Director West.
Yeah, thank you.
yeah. And we've given you the board, sorry, we were a little out of order in our presentation, but we've given you the board report schedule in writing and in the packet. So the next board meeting the second board meeting in October, we have a number of reports. Then we'll come in with another number of reports in November as well. And Director Chandigiri will go over all those social emotional supports at that time as well. I'm a little mindful of the time because we do need a little bit of a break for CCTV to reset before the business meeting as well.
All right.
Make sure we've got public comment and everything ready to go. All right, so I'm just looking over, is 5 minutes enough? Do you want us, 5 minutes is enough? Okay, so if we could take a 5-minute break to reconvene for the business meeting, that'd be great.
So it's now 5:54, and we'll reconvene the Salem-Keizer School Board meeting with our regular business session at 6 p.m.
there is no J sound. My daughter is Pooja.
Were you gonna read the? It is 6 o'clock. We're gonna go ahead and get started. If you can make it back to your seats, we're gonna get started here in a couple seconds. Okay, it is now 6 p.m. and we are reconvening the Salem-Keizer School Board meeting with our business, the end of our business session. So buenas noches, buenas tardes, good evening. Welcome to our school board meeting. Director Ashley Carson-Cottenham.
Thank you, Chair Avila. I'm going to read a statement about a rise in harassment, intimidation, and violence. In recent months, there's been a national rise in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, school board members, teachers, and staff who participate in the vital work of running our schools. Last week, the Attorney General released a statement addressing this issue and requesting that local authorities facilitate meetings to address these threats. In Salem-Keizer, we take the safety of our students, staff, administration, and the board seriously. We acknowledge our school personnel are at times targeted during these politically heightened times. Our Safety Risk Management Department is constantly assessing strategies for ensuring optimum safety, and as a board, we are supporting the investment in a variety of proactive supports like social-emotional resources, but also use threat assessment protocols and other means to ensure safety. Sylvia and our communications department continue to monitor events in our community and social media to be aware of any threats and develop strategies and action plans to respond and keep parents informed as needed. We will continue to provide our public support to our teachers, administrators, and staff who show up for our students every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And in recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day, I'd like to ask Director Guzman Ortiz to read our district statement.
Thank you, Chair Avila. On October 11th, which was yesterday, Indigenous Peoples Day replaced Columbus Day here in Oregon. History is told from a certain point of view. Columbus Day represents the commemoration of Columbus landing in the Americas. But for the Indigenous peoples living here, this was not a joyous event of discovery. For those Indigenous peoples who endured mass infection, slavery, and genocide at the hands of European colonizers, this event was a horrific tragedy that marked the beginning of centuries of ongoing destruction of Native languages, cultures, and people. Therefore, on this day, we choose to celebrate and honor the histories, cultures, and identities of our Indigenous students and families whose ancestors have remained resilient and steadfast through centuries of the most abject horrors and systemic attempts at assimilation and elimination. We choose to celebrate the languages, the cultural practices, the viewpoints, the histories, and unique gifts that all our Indigenous students and families bring to our school and our community. Lastly, we acknowledge the land that our school district is located on was once the land of Native peoples, and we honor the land that is now entrusted to us to ensure all students can ensure a better future for our community. We honor you and your rich history on this Indigenous Peoples Day 2021.
Gracias. And in continuation of that, we continue to work with, in consultation with our Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde and Confederate Tribes of Siletz. We still have not completed our process with the land acknowledgement, so we'll continue with the diverse welcome message that I've asked Director Chandigiri to read for us.
Thank you, Chair. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Welcome y bienvenidos to Salem-Keizer School Board District 24J meeting, where we will strive to be inclusive, respectful, welcoming to our students, staff, educators, administrators, board members, and all community members. Furthermore, I want to welcome people of all genders, people of African descent, Black, African American, Asian descent, Arab descent, European descent, those who identify as Hispanic, Latinx, people indigenous to this land, and people of mixed and multiple descents. Languages spoken in our communities are welcome. Spanish, English, indigenous languages, sign languages, Chuukese, Somalis, Russian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and many more. People with disabilities, visible or invisible. People of all religions, believers in all faith or creeds. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, heterosexual, pansexual, queer, and others for whom none of the labels fit. Survivors, your emotions, joy, bliss, grief, rage, indignation, contempt, contentment, disappointment, your family's genetic or otherwise, our veterans who proudly served and are currently serving our country, our elders, those here in this room, in our lives, and those who have passed away. Yes. And finally, I'd like to welcome the ancestors who lived in this land where we are now. Welcome the spirits of the Santiam, Kalapuya, Siletz, and the Grand Rounds, and the natives who lived in this area before the Europeans came. I'd like to acknowledge them and invite their spirits to this place. Welcome y bienvenidos.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If you can all rise and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Agenda item C, agenda modifications. There are no agenda modifications. That'll move us into item number 4 for spotlights. Superintendent Perry.
All right, our spotlights, I believe, are online tonight. And, sorry, I'm getting out the right packet here. So our first spotlight is going to be presented by Sharice Cochran, our principal at Lamb Elementary School, and she's presenting our Community Partner of the Month. Principal Lamb, are you online?
Yes. Good evening, Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry, and members of the school board. Tonight I have the honor of recognizing the efforts and support of Salem First Free Methodist Church through their continued partnership with us at Lamb Elementary School. Students at Lamb have benefited from the ongoing partnership in many ways. During remote learning, Salem First Free Methodist Church was able to support our students by delivering food through the Blessings in a Backpack program. They also support students with school supplies, clothes, food, and hygiene supplies throughout the year. This partnership started with occasional supply drop-offs and over the years has grown into what it is today, where staff and church volunteers work together to support our families' diverse needs. Each month, approximately 27 of our families have food and resources delivered directly to their homes from church volunteers. This program has helped support a culture of care throughout our school while supporting each family with access to these needed resources. The opportunity for additional families to access this program is growing as more of our community continues to get involved. Salem First Free Methodist Church also helps to connect families to additional resources such as the Boys and Girls Club, Assistance League, and other donation partners. The whole organization has supported our school with donations and, more importantly, their time, and I would like to extend a special thank you to Carrie Mayhew and Caleb Herring for working with us to connect families with the supplies and support they need. Thank you for all you do to support our students.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right, our next spotlight will be from Mitch Hamilton, Brian Clark, and Eddie Dixon at Transportation Services. Is Mitch and his team on the line? I wasn't sure if I saw them.
Good evening, Superintendent Perry. I'm presenting to them tonight.
Okay.
So good evening, Chair Vila, Superintendent Perry, and members of the board. I'd like to take this opportunity to honor the wonderful staff members we have here at Transportation Services. 3 of our team were selected to receive honors from the Oregon Pupil Transportation Association. OPTA's primary goal is to improve the safety of children in and around school buses, and they do this by sharing experience and expertise, helping solve common problems, and assisting in driver training, and also creating a pool of resources available to districts and agencies across the state. OPTA established an award program as a means to recognize those individuals within the state who have presented an image that is beyond the day-to-day performance of their duties. This last summer at the annual conference, they awarded some of our team members, and it was actually for 2 years because of the pandemic. We ended up skipping a conference. So first, I'd like to recognize Mitch Hamilton, who received the 2020 Supervisor of the Year Award. Eddie Dixon was awarded the 2020 School Bus Driver of the Year Award for Oregon. And Brian Clark was named the OPTA 2021 Bus Driver Trainer of the Year. These individuals have shown outstanding leadership abilities, and they continue to serve our students and community well beyond their job description. They have integrity and great attitudes and are a wonderful asset to our department. On behalf of the Transportation Services team, I thank each one of these employees for their contribution to transportation, their commitment to safety, and all the ways in which they help students graduate and prepare for a successful life.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Here we go, Mitch, Eddie, and Brian.
And TJ, I would be remiss if I didn't say we're recruiting for bus drivers. And we have a free paid training apprentice program for you. We have trainers. We'll help you get your CDL. And so please, if you're interested in driving a bus, sign up. And again, thank you to TJ and your transportation team. Very challenging staffing shortages, and they're doing just an incredible job with getting kids to school every day. So thank you to your entire team, TJ. All right, the next spotlight will be presented by Sandra Price, our Director of School Improvement.
Good evening, Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry, and members of the board. Tonight, I am very excited to share a little bit about our migrant education program with you and the excellent supports this program provides to our families. Students can qualify for the migrant education program if they move with their parent or guardian across district boundaries to work in an agricultural related field within the last 3 years. In many instances, such moves result in an interruption in schooling. The migrant education program seeks to mitigate such interruptions through identification of students for priority for services, or PFS. Children who qualify receive migrant services for a period of 3 consecutive years, or until they turn 22 years of age, or they receive a high school diploma or GED. More than 1,800 students qualify for services in our district from pre-K through high school, including out-of-school youth. As an example of services provided, we want to celebrate our in-person and online summer school programs this past summer for students in pre-K through 12th grade. Over 500 students participated. The goals of the migrant education program include growth in reading, math, and school readiness. High school students also have an opportunity to earn credit towards graduation during the summer. The program is staffed by a group of 20 very experienced, hardworking, and devoted staff that provide support to students and families across the district. The program staff include migrant and graduation specialists, that are embedded in secondary schools, and migrant recruiters who conduct the qualifying process and provide support to families, community school outreach coordinators, pre-K lead workers, and office support staff who work with state and federal migrant education personnel to support the program in our district. Tonight, Martha Ochoa is here today to represent our dedicated staff in celebration of the great work they do. Special thanks to Marta, who provides leadership to the program as the program associate. The impact of the work done in our schools by our skilled MEP staff for the benefit of our migrant community of essential workers provides support for student academic achievement and social emotional growth in a rich cultural context. The migrant education program provides some of our most vulnerable students access to culturally responsive instruction that builds the stamina of students and provides social connections with peers that results in a deeper sense of belonging that both students and parents deeply appreciate. Our migrant education program staff always go the extra mile to provide opportunities for students to build leadership skills as our students see themselves represented and supported by our staff. Thank you, Marta, and thank you to our amazing MEP staff who continue to provide excellent support to our students.
Gracias. Sandra, it's good to see you, and Marta, it's good to see you as well. I think I've gone a full circle as a former migrant student and then also recruiting migrant students from your high school classroom days back. That was a long time ago, so thank you.
Thank you.
Marta was also a pinch hitter in a bilingual kindergarten class to start the school year when we were still hiring for that classroom. So Marta and I had some amazing time folding boxes in her kindergarten classroom. It was great to share your story too, Marta.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Well, before we get into our public comment, I would like to share a message that we have. So, as we continue to navigate our world in these coming months, it is important for us as adults to be models for our students, and this includes during our school board meetings. Our ability to do this at this moment in time is more critical than ever as our students have returned for school for 5 days a week and in-person instruction after 15 months of not being physically in buildings, surrounded by their peers and supportive adults. Our students have told us repeatedly that their mental health is the highest importance. Our ability to be calm in this storm and lead for a more just and equitable system that ensures strong outcomes for each and every student is critical now more than ever. As the school board of the second largest, which I think is now the third largest behind Beaverton, just the other day I was reading, we need to conduct business that is critical for our community's children. While we are intent on listening to the public through the public comment process, spectators in the boardroom must adhere to our rules of decorum so that the board can work and community can listen in an atmosphere that is thoughtfulness and respectful. The rules for decorum, as the board requests, number one, health and safety protocols related to COVID must be followed. Audience members who will not adhere to safety protocols will not be allowed in the boardroom. Audience members who refuse to comply once in the room will be asked to leave. Audience members need to be respectful of both the school board as they conduct business and the speakers during public comment. This includes reducing the distraction, no loud discussions or heckling during the meeting, no harassment of audience members as they prepare to speak, no racist, transphobic, or hate speech towards any person based on their religion, gender, sexual orientation, or country of origin. I, as the chair, will provide one warning, after which I will ask the audience members to leave if they cannot adhere to these instructions. These expectations are for board members as well, and the board chair and individual board members are collectively committed to upholding these expectations. I have high expectations of our community to be respectful to one another, to unite and move forward for the sake of the education of our children. Our board appreciates your cooperation as we work to ensure the safety, well-being, and growth of our students. That is our our wish and our hope that we can move forward. So we'll start with public comment, and we have individuals who have signed up ahead of time. And so I will call upon that first individual, which is Ms. Linda Farrington. And I believe some individuals are outside also as well, and they're coming in. And so after Linda Farrington will be Nayeli Cruz, so you can be ready. We have a long list tonight. We have lots to hear and lots of other action items on the agenda as well, so we will go until 7:30 with public comment. There's also continuous methods through email to provide public comment as well. So go ahead, Ms. Farrington.
May I get rid of the mask while I talk?
No,
I'm vaccinated.
so are we.
Okay. All right. Fine. Sorry. Good evening, Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry, and distinguished board members. My name is Linda Farrington. I'm a grandma and a resident in Marion County. I've raised 6 kids in this district, and I'm very concerned about the direction that our schools are going. I know that all schools teach values. That's part of your mantra to educate the future generation. But I don't agree with the way the values are going, and I'm very concerned. I do not support the equity resolution. I do not think it will keep our schools free from racism. Rather, it will fan the flames of division and misunderstanding. I strongly condemn violence or any form of bullying. However, equity, I believe in the case as stated in the resolution, means equal outcomes instead of equal opportunity. And I think that dumbs everybody down. The language in this resolution makes broad generalizations and doesn't define vocabulary in a way that will create a welcoming school environment. The problem is that the titles, as noble as they sound, are actually euphemisms for Black Lives Matter and gender-inclusive classrooms, where it seems there's no accountability for traditional values. I support traditional values. I'm afraid that today white supremacists become anybody that you disagree with. Who's going to decide what hate speech is and who is a white supremacist? Because we are called white supremacists by some of the loose youth here today that know nothing about us, know nothing about me, and they just disagree with what we said. And that becomes dangerous. I think we could all agree that Black Lives Matter, but we do not agree that everyone should be judged by the color of their skin and categorized by a presumed history of either being oppressed or an oppressor. We want our children to learn the basic anatomy of male and female bodies and the basic birds and the bees. But we do not expect the school to teach us how to have better sex and proposition the other party or how to pleasure themselves starting in kindergarten, all under the right to pleasure principle. That's what it is.
Please keep it down.
I'm sure that while most of us would expect schools to teach us to be civil and respectful of all students, but would not go so far as to recruit children to question whether they or not they are the right gender, or to put more stock in their feelings than in objective truth, like whether we are born male and female. And I understand this is opposite to what kids are taught today, and this is the problem. We want you to return to the traditional values.
Thank you, Linda. Your time is up. Thank you for providing that.
And I want to say that you
Linda,
need to provide a larger space.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
This is not right, that you do not provide
Thank
enough
you.
space.
Please stop. Please stop. Thank you. Nayeli Cruz.
Okay, hi. Members of the school board, I'm speaking today to demand the funds from the failed SRO program be invested into BIPOC students, their safety and their education. I also am here to say that y'all need to look into terminating the employment of teachers like Miss Heyer from Parish Middle School who dragged
Chair.
I need to explain to the speakers that with respect to complaints about public employees, those complaints cannot happen in a public session.
But
So
public
the
employees.
identity of public employees, complaints about public employees cannot be expressed in public comments. You can talk about generally whatever you would like to talk about, but you can't bring a public complaint against a public employee. There's certain laws that apply to privacy for employees and a forum in an executive
Yes, okay.
session for employees. So
So I think you should look into the employment of teachers in Parish Middle School and North Salem High School who have continually made those spaces unsafe for their students. The North Salem High School said that they almost punched and choked out a 5'6", 250-year-old Hispanic
Again,
student on Wednesday.
We need to stop refraining to any type of action that is related to the situation that could be identified, identify the employee. There's a process for, to provide concern, and that needs to be followed. These
We try.
individuals do have a process and privacy.
Okay, so Marty Hyan should resign. And I'm asking that you give students either the day off or a field trip day next year on Indigenous People Day so that they can go into the events instead of having to be in school. And the funds should be invested into culturally responsive in-school counseling and mental health services, hiring more staff and educators of color, ethnic study programs for middle school and high schools, arts and music education in predominantly Black and brown schools, culturally responsive after-school activities, culturally responsive services for students with behavioral and physical disabilities, creating programs and partnerships with community-led organizations led by Black, Indigenous people of color, culturally responsive mentoring and tutoring programs for predominantly Black and brown schools, expansion of college prep programs for predominantly Black and brown schools, better transportation services slash choices for students, culturally responsive healthcare services, and protecting BIPOC student voices and BIPOC educations. We also need to emphasize on SRO funds and reinvest and protecting our BIPOC students from harassment and white supremacy, address the harassment that BIPOC youth have experienced in school board meetings, address the cyberbullying that BIPOC youth have experienced from adults and white supremacists from school board meetings. We need to denounce white supremacy within our school district and on our very school board. Address the transphobic comments from the last school board meeting and create a safe environment for LGBTQ students. Demand that Marty Hyan resigns from our school board, and that if she can't take a public criticism as a public official, then she should not be in that position in the first place. We should address how Marty Hyan
Thank you,
has
Naeli. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Chair.
We have Abigail.
Chair Avila. Chair.
Yes.
Can we just clarify really quick, because I feel like I just want to restate that we take complaints very seriously. There's a process that we have to follow per public meeting law, if I'm understanding, Paul, and agreements with the union. And so we just want to make sure we're following the protocol for the complaints. And so we can't talk about it in the boardroom using people's names, et cetera. We have to follow this other process. So it's not that we don't want to hear about any concerns about the community. We just have to follow a particular process.
Chair Avila,
Yes.
we have a policy called BG11, sixth item. We really talk about not naming an employee by name.
Correct.
It's a law in our state. In addition to that, we have 4 other elements in it. So I would request you to kindly remind all of us about those 4 other elements besides the 5th one, which is not naming.
Yeah, no, correct. No, today, the one that we are going to issue, everybody, like Ashley, like Director Carson Hannon was saying, we will hear those complaints and concerns, but it's a due process. And, you know, the proper venue to complain, to a complaint against an employee is an executive session per the ORS 192660 2B. The employee has a right to an executive session to hear the complaint and respond to the board about the complaint. So me and fellow board members will we'll kindly ask that if that's your talking point, to refrain, and we will ask you to stop. So, thank you. Abigail Eckhart, and then after that, AM.
Good evening. My name is Abigail Eckhart. I am a parent of a special education student in your district. Good evening, Chair Villa, Superintendent Perry, and members of the board. So I heard you guys say that you take complaints very seriously. However, in the last several months since the August 10th board meeting, I've sent multiple emails, and I did not get any responses until I emailed Mr. Depakopoulos, which I appreciate your response. I emailed Superintendent Perry, Director Cottingham, Director Hinellis-Pressey. I did not get responses back other than correcting me on the use of your name. So if you take concerns seriously, then I really question that, because I'm a parent and I have a student who's a kindergartner, and I came to this board meeting on August 10th and I was harassed by members of the audience, and as I walked in the door, several of them waved at me and their intimidating tactics, and that's not right. I deserve to be able to come here and speak my concerns, and it's very frustrating, and it's not right that this kind of atmosphere is allowed to continue on and on and on and on. The agenda. How many times are we going to continue on with this conversation about racism? Since I've started coming to board meetings in July, every board meeting is about racism. When are we going to lay this to rest and actually have real conversations that don't include name-calling, threatening, harassment, calling somebody a white supremacist, which actually cheapens actual racism? I know what racism is. I've experienced it in my life. I'm Hispanic, and I've grown up in this country. When I lived in California, people were awful to people like me. When I came here, it was people who look like me who are awful to people like me. It is very frustrating. What is race? Many families in your community are biracial. Many people like myself have multiple ethnicities. I am Irish, Jewish, Latina, African, Italian, and Spanish descent. So when you are talking about race, you are putting us all in little boxes that actually don't represent who we are. Many of you probably have ethnicities in your background that you're not even aware of. As far as the SROs go, I look back in my emails way back when this was an issue, and I did send an email, so I don't know why they say nobody responded as far as supporting SROs in our schools. I was a student advisor at a high school for 2 years, and I don't understand why we don't have student resource officers in our schools. That's a shame. I'd like you guys to issue a report for the community on how many students were actually incarcerated because of being arrested or talked to by a student resource officer in high school. I would like for you to provide statistics, real data on hate and bias crime incidents happening in our schools, because all we hear is the same rhetoric over and over and over again. And if it's actually happening, why is there no factual data to show what is actually happening? When I looked at my schools...
Thank you, Abigail. Your time
you.
is up. Appreciate it. Thank you for sharing. AM. And after AM, we have Rosa Gutierrez Burrell.
Salem-Keizer School Board members, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Anna. I'm a mother and grandmother here in the Salem community. I want to let you know about a 7-year-old little girl who recently moved here. This child was adopted by family members enrolled in a local elementary school. Unfamiliar to her surroundings, she left her yard. Needless to say, she was lost. Her parents searched for her. Later, a knock on the door revealed the child with a police officer bringing her home safe. The officer who brought her home was the SRO from her school. The child recognized the officer from school and knew that he was safe and told him that she was lost and scared. Without this person being present in the school, this child may never have gotten home safely. I expected to hear evidence that there was a significant portion of students of color being taken to jail simply because of their color or being singled out. No data was ever presented before the board or the media. The student task force recommendation was to not do away with SROs, but to make changes to improve their effectiveness in the schools and the communities they served. I was able to obtain a perspective from the Marion County DA's office giving objective data, facts, from all law enforcement agencies involved within the Salem-Keizer School District and their students. The first sentence of the prospectus states that the primary duty of the SRO is overwhelmingly as frontline child abuse investigators, not primarily arresting minors. This study covers from 2017 to 2020. The data is less than 0.5% of the student arrests in Marion County involve SROs, and these arrests align with the overall demographics of the school. In Salem-Keizer schools, student arrests were higher for white students than for students of color by 1 arrest respectively. 103 arrests were made, averaging 34 arrests per year throughout the entire district, roughly 40,000 students. In other words, the propagation that there is a school-to-prison pipeline in Salem-Keizer schools facilitated by SROs, which has been promoted so loudly and consistently by certain groups, including Resolution 2021-22-2 that you are attempting to pass tonight, is false. Objective data shows this to be the case. SROs to our younger students are important. They learn where to go when they need help, or if they call 911, a police officer is likely to come to the door. Seeing an officer in their schools when one comes to the door.
Hey, thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Rosa Gutierrez Burrell, and then after that, we'll have Ronald Koneski.
Good evening, members of the Salem-Keizer District Board. I am an assistant coordinator of the Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality, and I working with Building a Strong Families program. And I come here today to say thank you for your resolution, and we feel happy for your support for the parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Ronald Koneski. And after Ronald will be Paul Crissell.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Koneski, and I'm the father of 2 daughters in the school district. I wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to address the board tonight. I would like to speak in opposition to Resolution 212122-2, the Commitment to Equity and Anti-Racism. This resolution would be better titled Commitment to Marxism and Racism, because that is exactly what the 2 terms mean.
Please stop.
And today's political and philosophical debates. It is deeply distressing that this district would implement an agenda that is so incredibly polarizing and destructive. Equity or equality of outcome is a central tenet of Marxist ideology and has no place in our schools. Across this country, this cry for equity has caused the end of advanced classes, talented and gifted programs, magnet schools, and others. Why should high-performing children suffer for the sake of equity? As I read this declaration, I fear this district desires a class of students that are mediocre at best, but they are all equally mediocre. It is up to the district to allow for the opportunity of low-performing children to succeed, not to demand equality of outcome. Standards need to be set and met for all children to graduate, and I fear that we are regressing in this regard as grading of assignments has been lax and standards have been lessened in the name of COVID. How is this helping our kids prepare for the challenges of tomorrow? The answer is, it is not. We are sending the next generation of children into an economy and college unprepared for what awaits them. Please reconsider using equity as a measurement, but rather equality of opportunity. Anti-racism, popular by Ibram X. Kendi's book, How to Become an Anti-Racist, is a dystopian tale of what America is. However, this school board has decided to implement many of his ideas in this commitment. Anti-racism is the new battle cry for race baiters, since overt racism has been defeated in this country, by and large. It essentially states that all structure in this society are founded in white supremacy, and in order to be an anti-racist, a person must fight against the structure to change the system. If our systems were so incredibly racist, why are hundreds of thousands of people of color flooding across the southern border? How could we have elected a black president? Let's ask a simple question. If our district is allegedly systemic racism, as the anti-racists like to say, what have we done? We might have more people of color in positions that are more qualified that aren't people of color, but this is called hiring the best person for the job. I find it deeply distressing that we have moved away from Martin Luther King's dream, not by the color of my skin, but the content of my character, to the anti-racist dream, not by the content of my character, but the color of my skin. And this toxic ideology,
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate
MLK
it.
would be
Your
considered
time
a
is up.
traitor.
Please stop. Thank you. Mr. Paul Crystal, and after that is Richard Jones.
Ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Chair Avila, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk with you. I have some written testimony which I'll hand out, but I just want to highlight some aspects of it. I think the anti-racism resolution is an important step toward understanding how racism and white supremacy shape our educational system. This is real, it's not something made up. I'm a white parent, had 2 white daughters who went through the Salem-Keizer school system. It does not detract in any way from our success that we as a district identify and overcome barriers that others face. Those barriers are real. They're documented, they're real, and it's referred to in your resolution. It's essential we learn the history of the legacy of this country if we're going to build a school system and society that overcomes barriers that have been created through the systems that many of us did not put in place, but we're here for it. We're here when they exist. I'll go back and draw an analogy here. I'm a descendant of German immigrants. That country's gone through a truth and reconciliation process after the Holocaust. They didn't deny their history. They study their history. Students in school throughout the German school system are taught about the Holocaust and the horrors of complicity of the German people. It's not to attack each other. It's to understand so they can move forward. My family, who's still in Germany, embrace that knowledge and the understanding of the Holocaust and how it happened. How they racialized a whole group of people, racialized Jewish people, and murdered and executed Jewish people and brutalized them as subhuman. And German people were complicit in that. So in their schools, in order to make real the words never again, kids are taught the truth about the Holocaust. Why can't we embrace the truth here? We have a country that's done great things. We also have a country that's done evil things. We committed genocide against indigenous people. Chattel slavery was an abomination in this country. The legacies of those live on, and we need to overcome those legacies. Why? What is so hard? Why is it doesn't, I don't feel it's a personal attack if I learn the history of racism in this country. It's not a personal attack on me. I have a responsibility to learn about it and do something about it and overcome it and remove barriers. Removing barriers means everybody succeeds. My daughters succeeded very well. They'll succeed even better if everybody else is succeeding. We bring the whole society up. To overcome racism, we must be anti-racist. The opposite of anti-racist is what? Pro-racist. To overcome anti-racism, we've got to stand up to our history and understand our history and understand its lasting impact. You can start tonight by passing this resolution and helping all kids succeed through overcoming barriers that some kids face that my kids did not face. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Jones. And then Cassidy Trout will be after after Mr. Richard Jones.
Yes, my name is Richard Jones, and thank you for the chance to address the school board and the public. I like the idea that I saw on the district website that we want students to feel safe, welcome, and included in our schools. Sometimes there are nice sounding ideas of how to achieve that. What often happens, though, is there are very negative results of these attractive sounding ideas, what are sometimes called unintended consequences. For example, removing police from the schools, the student resource officers. There are two reasons to have police in the schools on some kind of regular basis. One is for the safety of those who are trying, for safety from those who are trying to harm or even kill students and staff. I'm sure we all hope something like that never happens here. It has happened in Oregon and even in communities similar to ours. Whether it's an outsider or a student who wants to do harm, they often want to kill as many people as possible. In a school where no law-abiding people who want to protect students and staff are armed, a potential killer might think they have 5 or 10 minutes before the police could arrive, and maybe another 5 minutes or more before the police could reach them and stop them. However, if they think the police officer might be in the building, might reach them in just a couple minutes, they may decide it's not worth the risk. In fact, in case of an outsider choosing a place to attack, they most likely will choose a place that's essentially a gun-free zone, whether it's called that or not. Rules against guns only affect those who want to obey the law. Those planning on breaking the law will not be dissuaded by any such rules and may even be attracted to places that have such rules. I think many students who think through these things will feel safer in schools with police officers. The second likely consequence is a greater rift between police and students. When police are involved and present in the schools on a regular basis, not just when there are problems, it can be good for both them and the students. I've seen elementary kids grow personally to like and know police officers through the DARE program. Also, police get to know lots of students from diverse backgrounds and see them as real people rather than statistics. If students are told police are bad and had to be removed from our schools for students to be safe, it will create more misunderstanding on both sides, can lead to more distrust and even hate. The problem is that removing police from our schools may lead to more of that distrust and therefore more disobedience toward police, say even in traffic stops, which may lead to worse problems, even jail, even deaths. We need to bring the two groups together, students and police, in non-confrontational settings to lower the distrust. For both of these reasons, I strongly encourage bringing police officers back into the school on a regular basis.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Cassidy Trout. And then we have, I believe it's Alex.
Hello, Superintendent Perry, board members, and community members, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Cassidy, and I'm the mother of 3 school-aged children, 2 of whom are enrolled in Salem-Keizer schools. I've decided to become more involved in the education of my children beyond their daily school activities and felt that attending school board meetings would be the perfect way to do that. I viewed the last 2 school board meetings, and what I have witnessed has been astonishing. I've struggled with the idea of speaking publicly, but felt I didn't have a choice. The divide within our community is not only disheartening, but it's flat out scary. The willingness of community members and students to attack others verbally and call anyone who disagrees with them a white supremacist is appalling. I'm the granddaughter of a Jewish-Polish immigrant who was brought to this country as a child to escape Nazis and true white supremacists when his country started imposing geographic and professional restrictions on Jewish life. He taught me not to use the terms Nazi or white supremacist loosely or without merit, because when you do, they lose their history and lose their meaning. White supremacy is still alive today, and we must do everything we can to stop it. But I've not seen one white supremacist at any of these meetings. All I've seen is community members with opposing views. Please stop calling anyone who disagrees with you a white supremacist. It devalues the atrocity of true white supremacy and racism. The emphasis on race in our schools and community has done nothing but divide. Our children are being taught to look at everything through a lens of race instead of a lens of wonder and curiosity. Friendship comes in all colors, knowledge comes in all colors, poverty comes in all colors, and ignorance too comes in all colors.
This is why we must judge others not on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character, as so eloquently put by the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I ask board members and community members to please stop pushing racial divide and start pushing community. We are all Oregonians and we are all Americans. We have to be willing to have tough conversations with people we disagree with. We have to be able to listen to opposing views without taking it as a personal attack. And we have to be able to objectively look at facts when making decisions for our children, so those decisions are not fueled by fear, agenda, or division. I hope everyone attending these meetings truly wants to better the education and futures of our children and will take what I have said into consideration, because we, a community in the midst of a pandemic, must come together for them. There are far more pressing matters that need to be discussed than faux white supremacy, but until we can all come together and have civil conversations with one another, we'll never be able to accomplish anything. I look forward to attending the next meeting where I hope we can come together as a community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cassidy. Alex? And then after Alex, we have Benny Williams. Mr. Benny Williams.
My name is Alex, and I still can't believe how uncomfortable talking about race makes white people. It's always shocking, but to be clear, I think there's a big misconception about what white supremacy is. White supremacy is more than just someone wearing a fancy suit and wearing like having high-ranking hierarchy in their structure. White supremacy is as simple as having an institution that dress codes your identity, that dress codes how you want to express yourself, because those standards are based on white supremacy. So when the Europeans came to this part of the world, or when they went to Africa or parts of Asia, they went into those lands saying, oh, your way of life is uncivilized, it's not the standard. And they based it off of their way of life, whether it's what they were wearing, whether it was what they were eating, or how they treated each other. And they treated themselves really bad. They treated their women like cattle, Europeans, and they brought those type of teachings to the Americas. That's white supremacy, the way you treat people, the standard and where you measure beauty, where you measure intelligence. If you do it in a white supremacist lens, then someone that doesn't speak eloquently will come off as ignorant or uneducated or mentally ill. Like hip hop or rap, a lot of times, a lot of people who are white supremacists and don't know it will say hip hop and rap is not a form of art. It doesn't invoke the same feelings that classical music does. And they'll be like, I like hip hop, but classical music, that's music. Or fine arts. They'll say fine arts is art. And then they'll go ahead and see a graffiti mural and be like, oh, that's okay. But fine art, Da Vinci, that's beauty, that's next to God. So that's what white supremacy is, and how does that look like when it comes to our schools? It's about how every kid feels when they're inside the schools. Do they feel like they are beautiful? Do they feel like they're intelligent? Do they feel like they can openly have a dialogue with their teachers? And if they don't, it's because of white supremacy. So I'm here to talk to you about the anti-racist proclamation is the bare minimum. But as you can see how it's getting a lot of folks wild up, that it's actually doing, it's going to lead to some change. Another thing is reinvest the SRR funds so we can have a better future for the youth that already have their futures already made up just because of who their parents are and their last name.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Mr. Benny Williams.
Hi, good evening. To Chairperson Avila, to Superintendent Perry, and to the
directors on the board here of the Salem-Keizer School District. My name is Benny Williams. I'm the former president of the Salem-Keizer NAACP, but I come here tonight as a concerned citizen and a community activist. I come specifically to talk positively and asking for support of this resolution that's before you all. You know, this past spring was an historic day for this city and for this school board. This school board is reflecting a dramatic change that came citywide. It was a vote by all of the citizens in the city of Salem-Keizer to elect 4 new members of this board that brings diversity for the first time. And I say for the first time because I've been working at this for 20 years since I've been here in Salem. We now have a chance to move forward, and I believe this resolution that's on the table is the historic, fundamental, foundational statement that this board can make to this entire community. It's structured to show that forget about what's been true, let's recognize what is true. And that what's true is there's differences of opinion, but there's also truth in that this district has not completely been responsive to all of its children. This resolution, I believe, allows us to set the foundation of letting this community know in its entirety that all of our children are important, and there will not be any opportunity for confusion to be had about that very simple issue. You know, there's been a lot of name calling and a lot of finger pointing, and those things are going to happen. But let's understand something. You know, we can either continue to bicker over the past, or we can end up understanding that as we have differences, these differences can be addressed and allow us to move forward. I do not, let me put it another way. I hope we don't see this resolution wordsmith into a document that has no substance, because that will happen if we allow ourselves to just get tangled up in a paralysis of analysis. I believe this document literally makes clear what we as a community want our community to look like and what we want our future to look like. We're talking about the lives of all of the children in this city. Now, I heard in last month's board meeting, people talking about taking their kids out of the school district because of one reason or another. We can't change that. We can't stop that. What we can do is make it clear to everyone that's in this audience, that's listening, and for these board members that I'm speaking to understand that you're responsible to make sure that every one of our students are given an opportunity to be successful.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ana Olivia Palacio Angulo, and then we'll have Maricela Lagos. And then we'll move on to our phone.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent and everyone else. My name is Ana Olivia Palazzo Angulo. I'm the executive director of the Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality. Tonight I'm focusing on the resolution, Commitment to Equity and Anti-Racism. And it's really heartening to see the district step up to more enlightened understanding of racism and anti-racism. And I applaud you for all your efforts. We have some points that we would just like to encourage the district to really flesh out, the 2 resolves at the bottom, and really agree, and I'm glad to see your resolve to recognize that anti-racism work includes making sure that student discipline is fair, that teachers and staff of color are hired and trained, culturally responsive training more and more, and I'm really glad to see data and monitoring for accountability, and would just love to see that even more fleshed out, but this is critical to actually assure our progress in these areas. And we look forward to working with you this year in action plans to get these things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Maricela?
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta del Distrito Escolar de Salem-Keizer. Mi nombre es Marisela Lagos García y tengo hijos en nuestras escuelas. Soy la coordinadora del programa del proyecto de la Organización de Padres y Madres Líderes de la Coalición para la Igualdad de Salem-Keizer. Esta noche estamos aquí para decir, en nombre del grupo de padres y madres líderes de la Coalición para la Igualdad de Salem-Keizer, que estamos de acuerdo con la resolución, porque necesitamos más trabajo en el distrito que se centre en el racismo, el antirracismo. Necesitamos encontrar un modelo justo y retroactivo para la disciplina, desarrollar un sistema para monitorear la diversificación de nuestra fuerza laboral y medidas de desarrollo. Necesitamos muchos resultados. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, members of the Salem-Keizer School District Board. My name is Marisela Lagos Garcia, and I have children in our schools. I am the program coordinator for the Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality Parent Organization. We're here to say that we agree with your resolutions in all of the name of the parents' leadership from the Coalition for Equality. We need more work from the district against racism. We need to build a just and reactive model for discipline and behavior modifications of students, to monitor discipline data and our key performance indicators desegregated by race and ethnicity, to develop a system to monitor the diversification of our workforce and accountability measures. We need results. Thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Director McDaniels.
Chair Avila?
Yes.
We have 5 callers waiting. And Emily, are you ready?
I am. I'm ready to let in the first one. Do we have an order that we are going in, or can I just go directly into letting people into the meeting?
Yes, please.
I will just go ahead and move forward. First, we'll have Yulissa Rodriguez. Give me 1 second to let her into the meeting. Yulissa, are you there? If you're there, you can unmute.
Yeah, did you say Julissa? Hello? Did
Hello,
you say Julissa?
hello.
Okay, I didn't know if you were saying my name. So, my name is Julissa Rodriguez, and I am an educator in the district. I am calling in regards to the anti-racist resolution that is hopefully going to be implemented and adopted tonight. As a staff member and as an alum of the district, I fully support it being implemented as it has in the years past. I know there are some people who are pushing against it because they don't believe there's white supremacy in our schools or any proof in their eyes of the existence of it within the district. So there's this very good practice in life called preventative measures. So even if people themselves do not believe that there is solid examples of white supremacy within our district, we should want this resolution in as a preventative measure so it does not happen. But unfortunately, white supremacy is very real, and racist policies and practices are very real within the district. Some examples of this discriminatory act is the discriminatory purchases of our curriculum. My first year of teaching, there was not Spanish books for my bilingual program students, and the brand new literacy curriculum purchase. We had to share one book as a whole class, while the monolingual strand had copies for each of their students. The bilingual strand got our books 3 years later. This happened again when the district purchased their new K-8 math program, whose video tutorials was a selling point. Again, there was not a Spanish option available till 3 years later. And if you're thinking, well, you should be learning and teaching English, and that's another discriminatory mentality. Another example of some racist bias policies and practices in the district is that Black students are disproportionately disciplined and more severely in comparison with their population and in comparison to their non-Black peers. Also, a few years ago, there was a student in my school in a class who started screaming the N-word at his Black classmate. He kept on screaming and screaming it, and he did not receive any discipline for it because it was said that his action was attention-seeking and not a racist act. But if you say a racial slur, that is a racist act. And lastly, the district needs to reinvest into programs for our youth education via culturally responsive restorative justice practices, including social workers, mental health support, nurses, educational resources, assistance for our youth experiencing houselessness, and books that reflect diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Roberto Garces Mendez. Roberto, if you're there, go ahead and unmute, and you can begin when you're ready. Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Tlazoltecan, and I refuse to provide any more personal information because of the ever more so presence of white supremacy in and around the school board. First and foremost, I would like to announce that I support the Equity and Anti-Racist Proclamation. I believe that for far too long, the school board has outcried for anti-racism, but has yet to do any of the work. And although the proclamation is, by virtue, a performative action, it is nonetheless a step in the right direction. I sincerely hope that for the first time in the school board's existence, you will all listen to Black, Indigenous, and students of color, as well as those from marginalized communities. Now let us discuss the school resource officer funding problem. Even though March was a win for the community, not much else has been done since. Sure, you all have meetings about it, but what material and substantial investments have you all decided for? I can certainly tell it is not going to what most community members would consider important, such as mental health counselors, more teachers of color, or many after-school activities. What has happened, however, was the conscious allowance of white supremacy in our schools. As you should all know by now, a longtime North Salem High School teacher publicly announced his desire to physically and psychologically hurt students. These types of actions do not make BIPOC students feel safe at school. I am a graduate from the school district, and I would not feel safe if I knew of a teacher like this. This is why the proclamation needs to be so much more than words, because actions speak for themselves. Investing in mental health counselors, more teachers of color, cultural studies classes, and so much more are necessary anti-racist action that needs to be taken in the district. There are certain school board members here that are actively organizing and endorsing white supremacist and anti-vaxxer actions like the one you see right outside of the school board building. We know who these school board members are. It is no longer political, Marty Hine. It is the real lives of students. Which do you genuinely value more? It doesn't take a genius to know who you are and what you stand for. This is why you all, especially you three, Osvaldo, Ashley, and Christy, need to urgently divest those SRO funds into real anti-racist actions and programs. This violence has gone on for far too long, and all of you are inches away from having blood on your hands.
Thank you.
Next we have Angelique. Angelique, if you can unmute. And when you're ready. Yep.
Hello, my name is Angelique, and I will not be saying any more information about myself because there are white supremacists at this school board meeting. I would like to start off by saying that I completely support the Equity and Anti-Racist Proclamation. It is crucial for Black, Indigenous, and students of color to feel like their identities are accepted within this district and within their schools. However, this proclamation is incredibly performative and is being done before any substantial action has been taken. In March of this year, the contract with school resource officers was terminated. This was an incredibly important move that took years of organizing, but after that, nothing else has happened. We even worked to elect a quote-unquote progressive school board, but all that happens at every meeting is gaslighting of BIPOC, tone policing, and the allowed presence of literal white supremacists, anti-maskers, and anti-vaxxers. These white supremacists attack and harass BIPOC youth organizers every day. In fact, these white supremacists even go to the point of making literal Facebook groups where they plan attacks on BIPOC youth organizers. They call them, quote, crimigrants, saying that BIPOC students want to, quote, hijack the school board meeting, calling on their white supremacist colleagues to, quote, take a stand today. A few meetings ago, these BIPOC youth organizers were almost physically assaulted by the white supremacists at this meeting today. This is completely unsafe and does not promote anti-racism at all. Students need more than the removal of SROs in their district to feel safe. They need to feel like their school district is actually investing in them and their education. They need to actually feel wanted at their schools. I mean, just this week, as you have heard, someone in your district wanted to choke a 15-year-old Hispanic
That's enough of
student.
that.
Do you think
Stop,
that makes
please.
Do you think that students feel comfortable with this? Do you think that Latinx students would want to come to school after hearing that? Do you think that they feel like their school board cares about them? As someone who graduated from the school, Salem-Keizer School District, I know that I would not want to come back to school if I heard that someone said this. There are funds that can be used to stop situations like this from happening and to actually make BIPOC feel welcome in your district. We have been asking for months that the funds from SROs be invested into mental health counselors, more teachers of color, cultural studies classes, and more. Yet each time we are met with blank stares and no action. In order to make an anti-racist proclamation and call yourself anti-racist, you have to be doing the work. Right now, you're not. I support this proclamation, but after this, please invest the funds from SROs into BIPOC students. Make sure that more racist incidents do not happen like the ones that have happened recently. On top of that, stop allowing white supremacists to harass BIPOC youth organizers that come to these meetings. Actual students in this district matter more than KKK members who do not want to wear their masks. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make sure that our callers can hear that to bring up any public employee that they need to reference. And if they do so, please cut them off immediately. We have to take a stand. It's not appropriate. It does violate the laws. It does violate union relationships and action. Next caller, please.
Thank you. Next caller is Gracia. Gracia, if you are able to unmute.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, board. I am Grecia Gomez, a student at the Salem-Keizer district. Throughout all my years attending the schools within our district, I have faced and seen BIPOC students go through racism and discrimination each day as they walk through the doors. Students like myself are not treated equally nor a priority in our district. We feel unsafe and unwelcome. It is the 21st century and we should no longer have to feel this way. We shouldn't have to go through the challenges our Chicano parents went through when attending school. While I truly do appreciate the effort and commitment to anti-racist measures and acknowledging the challenges that BIPOC students go through, there needs to be more done. This is the right first step, and I hope this resolution opens up the door for taking meaningful actions, because we all well know that actions speak way louder than words. Actions that the community is demanding is reinvesting the SRO funds where they're needed in order to make our BIPOC students thrive, as well as holding the district staff and teachers accountable for their verbal, physical, and mental harm towards BIPOC students. The community is watching you all, and we see that you're listening, and we will be holding you guys accountable for the work. We will not rest until we see changes in the district. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, and we have one more caller. We have Piper on the line. Piper, if you can unmute. That would be *6 if you're, there we go.
Okay, can you, hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Perry and school board members. My name is Piper Martin, and I'm a student in the Salem-Keizer School District. I'm here to talk about a recent bill that was passed in Oregon. The bill is called HB 3294 and is also known as the Menstrual Dignity Act. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that all schools and school districts in Oregon have menstrual equality. But as of right now, the bill requires that all schools must provide a pad and tampon supply in at least 2 bathrooms. But right now, we do not see that happening in all of our schools. This is concerning because menstruating students already have a tough enough time as it is. I've had to miss multiple important school events because I was simply unable to function while I was on my period. My peers and I have had to stress and rush during our breaks and passing time between classes because we've just had to change our pads. Sometimes we've been even late to class and unable to explain why because of how stigmatized menstruation is in our schools. Periods are a natural way of life, and students should not be struggling as much as they do. We need support from our schools for menstruation justice so that we can truly make a safe and welcoming space for every student.
I hope that following through with the Menstrual Dignity Act's requirements will be a top priority in our schools. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak during this important meeting.
Thank you, Piper. We have a few more, we have about 13 more minutes that we're going to keep taking public comment. We'll get through as many as we can. So next up that we have Luis.
First and foremost, my condolences go to Mona Rodriguez, a student and a mother of a 5-month-old baby who was shot by an SRO. Mona was put on life support, was brain dead, and she passed away on October 5th due to a police homicide at her school. May Mona forever rest in power and in peace. To start off this testimony, I'm calling on Christy Perry to do your job and to hold you accountable, to focus on the reinvestments. The anti-racist proclamation is just the bare minimum. The reinvestments is the next step. We've been waiting far too long, and you haven't done anything to show anti-racism. You haven't done anything to include youth in the process, and you're not doing your job. Next, you're no different than a white supremacist. In all honesty, you're just as bad as Marty Hine, Daniel Bethel, and Satya, because you have the power to make change, but you're not using it. You've done so much harm in our community that you should just quit, because maybe then, and only then, we can have an actual superintendent who cares about BIPOC students. In the last school board meeting, BIPOC youth were not protected. They faced harassment from white supremacy. You know, you guys had full-on white supremacists that came to the last meeting, that you had anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers, and you failed to protect BIPOC youth and BIPOC voices. The security was harassing youth. Marty Hine and Daniel Bethel brought their people to harass youth. You guys don't care about the students, and if you did, you would implement the reinvestments and make sure that students who are directly affected are directly involved in the process. You need to fire the security that you have contracts with. You need to fire Chris because he's the evil mastermind. You need to fire Paul Dikopoulos because he's a tool for repression. And you need to hold Christy Perry accountable, make her do her job. And lastly, you always have to do this, always protect BIPOC youth, protect BIPOC voices, because you guys aren't doing a good job. Regulate your school board, and don't be afraid to call Marty, Bethel, and Satya on their hate, ignorance, and racism. Don't be afraid to protect our community, and don't be afraid to stand up for BIPOC youth. Justice for Mona.
Next up is Vinny. Vinny, then May.
All right. The Salem-Keizer School District needs to prioritize the safety of their students. There's a petition going around the community with over 3,000 signatures to remove an abuser from the district. The community is watching, and it's ridiculous you don't listen to the complaints of the community when there are staff who abuse and threaten children. It would also like to talk about how vital it is to implement the anti-racist proclamation. The safety of the students must be prioritized, and having white supremacists as instructors in our school does not make the students safe. Having abusers as teachers is unacceptable. The reinvestment of the SRO funds must be put into protecting BIPOC students from harassment and white supremacy. The investments must implement a culturally responsive in-school counseling and mental health services, hire more staff and educators of color, ethnic study programs for middle school and high schools, culturally responsive after-school activities, arts and music education in predominantly Black and brown schools, culturally responsive services for students with behavioral and physical disabilities, creating programs and partnerships with community-led organizations led by Black, Indigenous, people of color, culturally responsive mentoring for and tutoring programs for predominantly black and brown students, expansion of college prep programs for predominantly black and brown schools, and better transportation services choices for students. Safety of the students also includes the resignation of Marty Hine, who has affiliation with the white supremacy group 3%ers. This board must address Marty Hine organizing local white supremacists to harass the youth who attend the board meetings, creating an unsafe and hostile environment. This district must stop enabling the abuse of youth in the district. We must protect BIPOC student voices in their education. Respectfully, do better.
Thank you. May and then Alex. So were you May? Yeah. Okay, so was Vinny not present? So we'll go Vinny and then we'll go Alex.
Hi, my name is Vicente and I'm in 12th grade. And I support the anti-racist proclamation and reinvestment against SROs.
Thank you. Alex.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I will not give any more information because of the white supremacists in this room that continue to sit on the board. I want to start off my testimony by giving a moment of silence for Mona. Mona was a former student from Long Beach who was shot and left brain damage by an SRO and later forced to be taken off of life support. May she rest in peace and power. So I kind of want to bring a couple of things up. Of course, the reinvestment into the BIPOC youth need to be done as quick as possible. We've been waiting too long. You know, the students have been traumatized from all the things that this board has done, the old board and the board that continues to be here. And I think the safety for BIPOC youth need to be prioritized when last meeting and the couple of meetings before that have not been that. And I need to talk about an issue that I have. When I was at the school board, last school board in person, I was attacked and harassed by Linda Farrington Hood while outside sitting waiting to talk to my own school board. She had came up to my face and kept taking pictures.
Alex, I need to stop you.
You let her bring up the youth who were right here,
but she
so I'm
didn't
going to
call out people by name.
But she called us out. She called us.
She called
she
the
said
organization.
Blue students, what are we?
She called the organization out.
Anyways,
so please.
I'm going to continue. Now I'm going to move on. Of course, I'm pushing yes for the racist proclamation, even though it's a bare minimum. Now I'm going to ask a couple of questions. And this is towards the crowd. If you believe our black students matter, please stand up. If you believe the money from SROs need to be reinvested into me and my BIPOC peers, please still stand. If you believe that students who have died or have been hurt in the hands of the Salem-Keizer School District need to be put in the forefront, please stay standing. If you believe of any sort of anti-blackness, transphobia, and hate towards students should not be tolerated in the school district, please continue to stand. If you believe any sort of policing needs to be taken out of the Salem-Keizer School District, please stay standing. As you can see, this is a huge amount of group of students and community members coming to you to make sure there is change in the Salem-Keizer School District. This is why y'all are elected, and I think, Marty Hayne not being here is a big problem. We're having these meetings where this empty chair just sits, where it can be used towards another POC, or BIPOC person, community member, to make change in the Salem-Keizer School District. And that's why for Daniel, Bethel, and Satya, just to move on and let people come in that actually care about their students. Me being here in the Salem-Keizer School District meetings, I do not feel safe. We elected you guys, and you guys pledged. When you guys joined this school board, you guys pledged to take care of the BIPOC students.
Thank you for your time.
Y'all need to continue that.
Thank you for sharing. Sandra H.
I am here today with the youth of Latinos Unidos Siempre, and also in solidarity with all the educators and students who are having to face the white supremacist systemic violence outside school grounds and inside of schools. I am here in solidarity with the students who, despite fearing for their lives, as grown white men, threaten their physical safety, decided to show up and speak up to make changes through a democratic process that we are told to follow. So I have a few asks for the school board and also for the school district leadership, that you uplift the voices of students of color who have tirelessly advocated for themselves and their peers by ensuring that they are safe. Racism, threats of violence against students and minors, and anyone associated with that should not be tolerated and allowed on school grounds. I also ask that you uplift the youth's anti-racist demands for reinvestments of SRO funds, because SROs should never be allowed to step foot on the school district ever again. As you just heard from a student in your own district, this is actually killing youth of color across the country. Long Beach is not far from here. And we know people who are there and who have seen the suffering of the families, the family who has died at the hands of SROs. So despite the testimonies you heard today regarding statistics, one life of any student is enough to not have SROs or any form of policing in this school ever again. My third ask is in relation to action item 6B. Hands and words are not for hurting. That proclamation is important too, because it not only relates to students, as this district often likes to criminalize students who get in fights or who talk back to the teachers. It also relates to school staff. And this week we received a very horrible message from our community regarding staff members in the school district who are threatening the safety of our students. While we can't say who they are, we can't say their names, it is important that you take action and that you use a critical race theory, a lens through critical race theory, to understand the systems in place that allow for this systemic violence to continue happening, because many of these educators and staff, they're not new to the district. They've been there for years. I'm a former student of Salem-Keizer School District.
Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that's going to conclude our public comment for the night. There's a lot of exciting more things that we need to get through, especially with our CTEC donation, acceptance of the CTEC donation. So thank you, everybody. I apologize that we don't have enough time to get everybody on this list. Please continue to send us your comments through email. We look forward to reading your comments, and we'll address the next. I do want to call for a quick break. Let's do a 8-minute break. It is, I have 7:31. We'll come back at 7:38. Thank you.
Let's get going about 30 seconds, minute. Okay, welcome back. My apologies. I took a break before asking Director McDaniels to read our summary of public comments. So, Director McDaniels.
Thank you, Chair Avila, Superintendent Perry, Board Directors. We have 9 written comments on CTEC, one on CTEC, a board meeting, disruption, equity, anti-racism resolution, and SRO funds. The one on CTEC, one writer is pleased to see the explanation of the CTEC program. Board meeting disruption. Writer was very concerned about the people, kids and adults that were disruptive outside during the June meeting. Equity and anti-racism resolution. Those comments received were regarding this topic. All writers support this resolution. Most commented it was thoughtfully written, will help to address inequities that currently exist. Some ask that this resolution be well publicized. Some felt this resolution is the bare minimum to addressing the issue. If work is done correctly, work against racism will not result in racism as some believe. SRO funds, writer demands the SR funding be reinvested into the education of BIPOC students. Writer also demands the school board implement the changes that Luce is asking for. That's it.
Thank you, Director McDaniels. Okay, moving on to action items 6A. I'll ask Superintendent for a review of this item. We have some guests, participants joining us online tonight and making statements. Superintendent will take the lead on this.
All right. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to flash up some slides related to the CTEC land donation. And then we do have, I believe we have Salam Noor, Jim Orth, perhaps Rhonda Rhodes on. And then we do have access to our environmental consultant and our other legal counsel for this transaction if you have any questions. So I'm not going to read all these, but I'm just going to take a minute to just flash them up, and I'll just talk a little bit about each slide. So certainly Mountain West made CTEC possible, but it was not without the community that came around the project as well. So it was really a whole community effort. Our goal for tonight was going to be to invite a lot of these people into the room and to have a celebration of what's been years and years in the making. But we thought, well, let's wait till things settle with the pandemic and do some sort of a celebration out at CTEC. So we'll have a letter for each of these people. These are just a list of some of our donors. If you want to go on to the next slide. We also have this whole list here of our donors. Multiple places have also had some namings because of the large contribution. So Sodexo is an example that has contributed to all the equipment in the kitchen. So we've got a naming and a plaque there. And then if you want to go on to the next one, then we also have a lot of people that participate as industry partners. And this is not an exhaustive list because this was just the people that sat at on our CTEC advisory committee in those beginning times. And I'm not 100% sure we got everyone.
Oh, Robert's not on there.
Yeah, so, there he is. See,
Next
there's
page.
the next one. It was 2 slides long. We also have industry advisory groups that are part of each of our programs there as well. So if any of our partners are watching, just a huge shout out to both the people and the companies that have supported this project, and also to Mountain West Investment.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I know somebody wanted to come in quietly and not be noticed, but Karina is here, and she couldn't miss this day, even though we know Chuck's watching and smiling right now. So thanks for being here. Okay, I'll keep going, Karina, don't worry. I won't stop there. All right, so with that, do we have any of the people online that were going to make statements at all? Director McDaniels?
Jim Orth is online, and so is Jason Tarkowski. So if they could say something, that would be great.
All right, Jason Tokarski, do you have any comments before the board before I move this for their action? And then we'll take questions after that. So Jason, are you available? He is off mute. We haven't had the best luck with audio tonight.
He is listed.
What's that? Okay, so Jim Orth, are you online and available for a couple comments?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Sounds like the interpreter can hear me.
We can hear you.
Since she's going. I would like to just say that I was involved with CTEC from very early on and really appreciated the opportunity to help design programs and work with the public-private partnership of Mountain West and Salem-Keizer Public Schools. It was really a thing to behold the way that Mountain West came to the table, brought industry partners and garnered so many donors and so many participants to help us design that, not the least of which Chuck Lee was very responsible. And I had the honor of riding along and helping guide here and there. But I'm so proud to have been part of it and super proud of Salem-Keizer for being brave enough to take a chance, and also super proud of Mountain West Investments for being brave enough to take a very similar chance. It's going to serve our students in Salem and Keizer areas for a long, long time, and already has been doing that for the past 6 years. So congratulations to everyone for such a great accomplishment.
All right, and I don't think Jason's there, so let's go ahead and move this on for the board as an action item.
Jason's still online. Should we try it one more time?
Is he? Yeah, let's try Jason one more time.
Yeah, he messaged and said he's having issues with his mic, but he's been trying.
Okay, if he gets his mic fixed, jump in or send a text to Sylvia, Emily, and we'll stop and let him say a few words once we've finished with the action item. All right, Chair Avila, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so we're here to accept the agreement, and is there a motion to accept the donation of the land and donation of the building?
I do.
Director Santagrier, motion. Do I have a second? Director Bethel's motion, second motion. And do we have a discussion? Director Santagrier?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I really want to say thank you very much, Mr. Tokarski. This is an amazing gift you're giving us and to our community and for generations to come. And 58% of our students from the high school are attending this program. And this, to me, is truly a benchmark of what a desegregated school should look like, with the kind of outcome we should hope for rest of our schools, high school. So thank you very much. We appreciate this. I would be supporting this.
Any other discussion? Director Carson Cunningham?
I just also want to say thank you so much to the school district. There are a lot of staff involved, cabinet level leadership, and the superintendent for making this all come together. CTEC is such an amazing asset for our youth, our educators, our community as a whole. I mean, we've received such amazing recognition, and the newest board members have come in kind of at the end of this process, but just want to say thank you to all the community members, Mountain West, the Tokarskis, SunTech, all the other partners who were so generous with their time for so many years to really pull this whole thing together. Last week was or 2 weeks ago, when we heard from the students about everything they love and enjoy about the program and how it's setting them up for success, was just truly so impressive. And one of the most amazing moments so far in my tenure on the school board is just seeing how those programs are impacting real kids in our communities and giving them the skills they need. I would just ask that when all of the final items that are outstanding after the donations accepted are complete, that the superintendent and her team bring back a report to the board to be heard on the record of those completed items.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
also be supporting as well.
I meant to bring that up in my comments, that
No
that was
worries.
part of the process, so thank you.
Thank you.
Board Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just a reminder that part of this motion is to authorize the superintendent or her designee to execute all the documents. Just wanted the board to remember that too.
Yeah, and I think that then once all the documents are executed, then we'll just bring them back into the public record to say, here, we've executed the documents, here's the NFA, to kind of wrap it up publicly as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Tokopoulos. Director Beto, comments?
I'm good. I said it all 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'll just say, acknowledge the many thank yous, as well as like everybody's been mentioning to the late Mr. Chuck Lee and Mr. Tarkarski, the family, and Salam Noor and Mountain West Investments, and so many others. I'm so proud to be here in this position for another historical event, of being able to accept the CTEC donation land and building, and the change that it's done, the investments it's done to the community to support our students in our community with high-skilled trades and jobs and lives that will change our students forever and make our community stronger, our economy stronger. So I really appreciate all the hard work from every individual. And you don't go nameless, but I don't know all your names since I'm here, so I really appreciate it from on behalf of the board. We thank you. So let's go for a vote, right? Mm-hmm. So all in favor of accepting the donation of the land and donation of the buildings of CTEC property, say aye.
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 Aye. All in favor, or anybody opposed? Nay. No nays. So all board members accept this donation. So motion passes. Did we celebrate?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So moving on to action item 6B, approve the hands and words are not for hurting proclamation.
Right, and do we have a video, just a quick video on the hands and words are not for hurting proclamation? I think. What's that? What did you say?
It looks like
Grace, are you ready for this too?
Yeah.
Okay,
Excellent.
you got this, Grace.
Yep.
It's your moment to shine.
See that public speaking?
After my little mess up at the ribbon cutting.
Nobody knew, just you.
You should have said it.
Do we have a picture of Grace cutting the ribbon from
That's
Milky
right.
McKay?
That's right.
Can we play back for a bit of where she messed up?
Right.
It's not-
Golden scissors.
All right, so while we're getting to see if we can get the video ready, this is multiple years of the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting proclamation. And Kelly provided a video that if we can't show it tonight, we'll make sure it's in your inbox. And we will also figure out how to post it for the public to see. Ann and her husband have been tremendously impactful in the community over the years, and this has been their life's work around the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting proclamation to show the support for creating and sustaining a better school and community environment. So each October we take this pledge, and we do recommend the board approves the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting proclamation and then take the pledge. All right, so you're going to read the proclamation for us,
Yes.
Grace? Awesome.
Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting proclamation. Whereas a world without abuse and violence is a dream we all share, and whereas we acknowledge that any form of mistreatment of another is abuse, and whereas abuse can be in the form of verbal, mental, or physical and often escalates to further violence, and whereas we believe that all people have the right to live free of abuse and violence, and whereas we believe that every person can make a difference in stopping abuse and violence by not using violence to control others, by not tolerating any form of abuse from others, and by developing healthy relationships at every age and in all circumstances based on respect and equality. And whereas self-harm and suicide must be acknowledged as a serious public health crisis, as numbers of victims continue to escalate in children, teens, and adults. And whereas we recognize and support the efforts of district staff in our community in promoting respect and equality for all people, teaching conflict resolution behaviors and helping students learn how to stop abusive cycles. And whereas we recognize the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting project's Purple Hands Pledge is an effective tool in abuse and violence prevention education. Now therefore, the Board of Directors of Salem-Keizer Public Schools proclaims October 17th through 23rd, 2021 to be the 24th Annual National Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting Week in Salem-Keizer School District. We call upon our community to observe October 17th and 23rd as the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting Week and encourage everyone in the community to take the Purple Hands Pledge. And I'll have us stand up. Raise your right hand. And I'll say the first part. Yeah, you guys are
You guys
welcome.
stand up. Raise your hand. We're in this together.
Community
I'll say
effort.
the first part, and then you guys can repeat, and then I'll do the second part. Okay? I will not use my hands or my words.
I will not use my hands or my words
For hurting myself or others.
for hurting myself or others.
Thank you.
Aww.
Thank you, Grace. Do I have a motion to accept this proclamation?
Chair, I do move.
Director Chandagiri has a motion. Do I have a second? Director Carson Conham seconds. Do we have a discussion? Yes, Director Bethel.
I just want to say on the record that I'm sad that Ann is not here. She's come for many years to make this presentation and provide the audience and the board with our purple bracelets and materials to put in our office. So she's missed, and this proclamation means a lot, and I hope that everybody here actually reads it, and then we as a board, specifically board leadership, applies it to our board meetings and our community as we're trying to lead to proper education in our district, because I think it's something that my children grew up with, I grew up with, once upon a time, she grew up with, and I believe it's something that we could get back to. It would make a difference to bring our community together.
Yes, Director Enos-Pressy.
I just really appreciate this proclamation, and I appreciate specifically that it is the color purple, as October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which is also purple. And I just really appreciate that we are putting it out there into the community to be intentional about the way that they're treating other people.
So, Director Chandigiri?
Thank you very much. I called Mrs. Kelly personally and talked to her at length yesterday, and I really appreciate the effort Dr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly have done. Spent several hours with this. I hope this becomes like a vision statement for our entire community, including our school district, and sort of guide up rest of our policies, etc. It'll fit very well with the restorative practice and everything else. It's a very trauma-informed approach. One of the questions that she raised is how many schools are actually using this as a way to offer? Is there a way we can provide that data? Because then it holds us accountable that we are really practicing, kind of walking the walk beyond passing a proclamation. So that's going to be my little ask, that we publicly announce that so many schools are practicing it, because multiple reminders is the best way for us to get violence-free schools, in my opinion. Thank you. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Yes, Grace.
I remember like in elementary school, we used to do this every single morning, so it's really exciting to have it back again. And then also, I serve with a group called Liberty House, and one of the biggest things is preventative measures for mental health. And I think what I get from this proclamation is not just having a tolerance for others or tolerance for ourselves, but also having acceptance for others and acceptance for ourselves. So teaching self-love and, yeah, just this is like the first start towards addressing mental health in schools, I feel like.
Well, thank you. If there's no more discussions, I'd just like to say thank you.
Superintendent Perry, I just wanted to mention the video. We don't have it in our possession, but once we track that video down, we will share that by way of our web and also social media.
Absolutely.
I'm
That'd be great.
looking. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Maybe we do get to watch it.
I have a couple little things.
Okay.
Well,
Director
wait.
Carson Condon has some
I
comments.
can fill dead air, right? I just want to add on to everything all of my fellow board members have said. This is something that is so important. I've spent a lot of time working on abuse prevention across the entire life spectrum. I served as a court-appointed special advocate for abused and neglected kids, and I think it's just so critical that we are vocal about these issues. And thank you, Director Hospresi, for looping in Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month as well, because that's something that also impacts so many of our students and likely many educators across the district. And I love that it just brings all of the themes together, and it, we have to also recognize that older adults are often abused in our community. And so I'm glad everyone is in favor of this and that we can promote it across the community and bring it back hopefully next year. So thank you.
Are we ready to watch this video?
Good evening, school board directors and Superintendent Perry. My name is Ann Kelly. I'm the founder and director of the nonprofit education organization, The Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting Project, founded in 1997 here in Salem with our public schools. The purpose of an annual proclamation for the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting Week is to bring about community awareness while providing opportunities to come together in unity for all of our schools to take to heart the Purple Hands 14-word pledge, not just for this week, but for a lifetime. Our Oregon governors and Marion County commissioners provide the same message for all of our citizens every year. Ours is a public health approach to a public health crisis. I want to thank all of the principals, teachers, counselors, and staff representing all grade levels here in Salem-Keizer who put this simple idea into action in our schools 24 years ago. From those 20 pioneers, we began a movement from Oregon to all 50 states and 24 foreign countries. I want to shine a light on student activists here in our district. Lauren Studer, South Salem High School led suicide prevention awareness at school and community presentations. She was here and shared her story in 2016. Ashley Raridan, West Salem High School, came to tell you how important the pledge is in saving lives with a compelling story in 2017. David Blake, McNary High School, joined the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting elective class due to his loss of his younger brother to suicide. David inspired classmates to talk about suicide prevention and encouraged them to get help. Educators around the country and internationally are saying, the Purple Hands Pledge school-wide helps students build skills to reduce their impulsivity and increase their empathy as a universal school-based program with minimal distraction from class instruction time. Feedback received from partner schools states, the Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports PBIS team felt that having the students take this pledge will act as a reminder of how important it is to treat everyone with kindness. A perfect example of how we work with any and all programs. Our Purple Hands Pledge teaches empathy, self-control, and accountability for our words and actions that either hurt or help ourselves or others. In conclusion, our shared vision of safe schools, safe homes, safe communities begins with educating our children. I want to ask, can the Salem-Keizer School District effectively implement and sustain our simple, consistent, and memorable Purple Hands Pledge district-wide? I know without a doubt the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting project and our Purple Hands Pledge will only help create a safer, kinder, more inclusive environment in our schools. Thank you for your consideration and for all of your hard work.
Well, thank you, Ann. Yeah, I'm very appreciative that we do get to take this pledge, that we took this pledge, and we're about to vote on it. And I do remember taking the pledge, I think in 2003, 2004, and then seeing it in my kids' school. So I'll continue to do that. And I think call upon all of our board directors to make sure when we're in our schools, we look for the hand, and maybe we can work for them to bring in the pledge again. So at this time, then I'll take a vote to adopt this proclamation for the Hands and Words Are Not for Hurting proclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? None. Motion passes. So thank you. I'll move on to action item number 6C. It's adopt resolution number 202122-2, commitment to equity and anti-racism. Before we get into reading the resolution, I'd just like to start off by saying this, give some background information. So board leadership acknowledges that the long history of racial and ethnic discrimination in our country has contributed to the racial inequities that impact our schools and community to this day. When systemic racism is discussed, it is referenced to policies, laws, and social constructs predicated on race that contribute to disparities in wealth, power, and social status. Some examples of systemic racism: redlining and blockbusting to break up the minority vote, voter discrimination, housing and lending practices prevented African Americans from obtaining home loans, discriminatory policy, policing and police brutality. Systemic racism has had impacts in Salem-Keizer schools, and some of those examples are disproportionate discipline and expulsion rates, disproportionate achievement rates among Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx, ELD students, Black, African American students, lack of teacher representation. If we remain committed to learning into our equity, learning and taking a stand against racism and inequities, then we will create a more welcoming and inclusive schools. This must continue to be the center of how we show up for our students. Director Carson Conham, can you please read the resolution?
Yes. This is resolution number 202122-2, the Salem-Keizer Public Schools School Board's commitment to equity and anti-racism. Whereas white supremacy is the upholding of white people as a superior race and systematically excluding other communities based on their ancestry, religious beliefs, and/or country of origin, including those of Jewish and Islamic heritage, from services and opportunities such as housing, education, and migration. And white supremacy has no place in our schools or in our boardroom. And whereas an anti-racist is a person who, by their beliefs and actions, supports and advocates for ideas and policies to dismantle oppressive structures and promote racial equality. And whereas it is a cherished asset that the Salem-Keizer Public Schools community is full of people with traditions from all over the world, as well as the traditions held right here upon the land we live, through the Kalapuya, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. And whereas our students' diverse learning needs and cultural values are an integral part of the learning community, we must create systems that are inclusive and celebrate our students' learning assets. And speaking a language other than English is an asset we celebrate. And whereas we collectively acknowledge that racism is real and is a threat to students and employees' physical and psychological well-being, and that systems of structural racism have historically oppressed students from Black and African American, Latino, Latina, and Latinx, Asian, Pacific Islander, Native American, and Indigenous heritage. And whereas every student must feel safe, welcome, and fully included in their school community. And when students are alienated from their school communities and experience bias and discrimination, they are inherently less safe psychologically, emotionally, and physically, and it hinders their ability to learn and grow. And we must build inclusive environments that empower students and employees to thrive. And whereas community engagement and involvement are paramount to achieving equity, and we will engage with respect, authentically listen, and have the courage to share decision-making, control, and resources. And whereas we must directly address the overrepresentation of students of color in special education and the underrepresentation of students of color in talented and gifted and college prep programs, and whereas we know that students of color are overrepresented in suspensions and expulsions in our schools, starting at middle school, and this impacts their ability to stay meaningfully engaged and graduate successfully. And whereas hiring and retaining a workforce that reflects the diversity of the community we serve is an anti-racist action, and we commit to ensuring this occurs. And whereas being anti-racist means looking deeply at systems, policies, and curricula that oppress our diverse populations, and it involves making real changes so that we change biased yet predictable outcomes related to disproportionate discipline, achievement rates, and the school-to-prison pipeline. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Salem-Keizer Public Schools commits to being anti-racist, knowing we must continually work to do better by developing knowledge and bystander intervention, will, and skill. And we commit to routinely interrupt systems of oppression on behalf of the students and staff in Salem-Keizer Public Schools and in our community. And be it further resolved, Salem-Keizer Public Schools Board of Directors commits to support the district's efforts to build a restorative model for discipline, to monitor discipline data and our key performance indicators disaggregated by race and ethnicity, and to develop a system for monitoring the diversification of our workforce.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to vote for this and adopt it?
I'd like to motion to
Director Karina Guzman, motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Director Guzman, or Noah's Pressing, seconds. I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Sorry, my discussion?
Thank
I
you.
object.
We have a discussion.
The reason that I object.
We have a discussion, the board.
We had a long line of people that wanted to voice our side, and you let,
Point of order.
you let them come.
Point of
in
order,
and
Chair.
build
What is your
this.
point of order?
So we were
This is not the time for public comment. We're having a discussion about a resolution amongst the board.
Point well taken. This public comment has ended. Thank you. We are open for discussion among the board.
But it's all over public media. This is.
Your public comment, can you please sit down? Thank you. Discussion, open to discussion.
Chair, I would
Yes,
like to
Director
have some
Chenagiri.
discussion. Thank you. I appreciate you giving me time because this is a very sensitive and very important topic. There are very good points in this resolution. I want you and everybody in the community to know that. And I truly believe that as a nation, we need to finish the unfinished business of racism. And there should be no place for dangerous ideologies of white supremacy like the world saw in Nazi Germany, apartheid in South Africa, or horrors of chattel slavery or Jim Crow era in our nation. There should be no place. I believe the long-term complications of horrors of racism and slavery is still felt in the form of structural, interpersonal, and internalized racism. We are also sitting on top of a huge pandemic that has really brought all these issues up to the society. I believe while we have come a long way, we still have many, many challenges. In our own school district, we have what I call segregated schools around zip codes with concentrated poverty. There's no doubt about it. And my vision of what it should be is any child can choose any school, enroll in any program in any district, or within or outside the district. That's the type of desegregation I'm hoping for. While I'm deeply concerned, continue to be concerned about the issues of addressing this white supremacy and racism as the initial 2 paragraphs, but I'm also concerned about our districts and boards' ability and credibility to sustainably undertake this at this time. Further, I'm concerned about the continued alienation of a large section of society who are wrongly labeled in various ways, supremacists, race traitors, threatened, etc. This is really, we are sitting on a culture of immense animosity, never, at least I haven't seen in the last several years at any level. I personally reached out to our Muslim community from our South Asian Arab community. Arab diaspora, I reached out to Sikh community, I reached out to Chinese American community and South Asian community. I left a call with our Jewish community. I mean, there is a consensus that yes, we all want our racism to be addressed. There is nobody says no, please, that's one thing. We all want peace and things like that. But there is a fear. That's why they didn't come today to the meeting. I want everybody to hear that. A lot of people are not comfortable. They are scared to even come and give a public comment and write a comment. This is what I get. They also feel that they do have respect for a lot of white members of our community, teachers, staff, neighbors, etc. We don't want to come here and be caught up in this. We have to work on healing the community. We are willing to do that. There are some dangerous problems around white supremacy. Nobody discounts that. They all want excellent education. We want to live peacefully with all communities and get our focus of school back on education. They think the laws like Senate Bill 744 is really kind of holding us back. Yet we also want to sit in the diversity committees of various diversity committees. We feel we are not having a seat. This is how they felt. But there is also something else I really want to be honest and point it out to our board and to the community. You know, as much as this is going on, which is real, we have also seen the primal fear of others in our children and youth. It takes very little to fan and stoke that by some leaders and adults in our community. Perhaps it is out of their own fear. It's very easy to project this on anybody else. And I really think it is important that once you get scared and it spreads like a wildfire and it takes like a contagion. See, and in that moment, anybody can call anybody anything. I'm just showing this. This is how I was called a few months ago. It doesn't take much to just project that fear. Why I brought this, I was kind of thinking twice, what should I not? But that is my worry. My worry is in this divisive atmosphere, if we very easily go and kind of call somebody something, that it can be very dangerous as we are sitting on top of a huge pandemic. Any type of divisiveness, mistrust can really flare up the problem. We are sitting on a huge problem of pandemic. I have got patients who have died. I'm sitting on that and I'm struggling on whose message to whether to vaccinate or whether to wear mask. Simple things are getting, and as a physician, I really struggled with this dilemma, to be honest. I got calls, you should support it, you shouldn't support it, but I'm thinking, gee, we are sitting on a time bomb here. That's one thing. The second thing is, my biggest fear is, it really puts us in an ethical dilemma because we don't want this hyper-vigilant school where everybody is going around looking for white supremacist and every white teacher and things like that. And that toxic atmosphere shouldn't lead to people getting so scared, either they leave and go or they make a mistake or then somebody jumps on them. So that's really another thing. So I thought, then the second thing is, do we have the credibility or ability to straight away start with this without doing some prep work? One of the things I asked our chair is, please allow us to have courageous conversation with different members of the community so that we can start putting some groundwork before we undertake this. And I'm really going back to my own community and, and my own culture. In my culture, I cannot cast aspersion on anyone, knowingly or unknowingly, unless I'm completely without blemishes. And we all are culpable in some ways. It's wrong on my part to say, I'm not responsible because I'm a BIPOC immigrant. I am as responsible for the problem, and I'm also having as much obligation to fix the mess, whether I did it or somebody historically did it, because we all have to take that collective responsibility. And so it is, I'm very clear that racism should end. I'm very clear there shouldn't be any dangerous forms of thing. But today itself we saw how much of fear and everything is white supremacy and everything is racism. Then it becomes so nebulous and it becomes very easy to, in a hyper-vigilant form, project it on anybody like what we experienced a few months ago. That is my biggest worry, hence I will not be supporting this. Until we get some credibility and ability and get the groundwork. It's like starting a surgery without preparing your patient or without having an anesthesia and not even sure of how are we going to deal with this fallout and contingency. Dealing with this is like doing a surgery. In the beginning, it's going to really escalate, trust me. We saw some versions of it last year. And we have, within our board, we have a lot of work to do. We have to learn to listen to each other in a non-judgmental way. We haven't even had a board retreat, for heaven's sake. We haven't even understood who each one of us are. I can go around saying I'm an anti-racist. That doesn't mean it becomes an immunization against scrutiny. I'm as responsible. And if I don't do my part, I'm no different I'm as culpable as a slave owner in generations past, because I'm the continuation. I've got the benefit out of it. One way or other, none of us can claim we didn't get the benefit. I am looking forward to making sure the historical wounds don't keep wounding our children and generations to come. Having said that, we just can't start the surgery and not know what to do, and then all the fallouts in the middle of a pandemic. That part gives me more ethical pause. So I will not be voting in favor of this until we get some work done and build the credibility and build the contingency. That's my thoughtful approach. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to clarify. Otherwise, I didn't want this to be misunderstood and media picking up bits and pieces of my talk and flaring up more fear in this community. So I want us to get back to some calm. I want our communities to start coming together. Let's learn to humanize each other and do some groundwork before we undertake this task. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chinagiri. Do we have more discussion? Yes,
BLM,
Grace.
and Antifa. I know
Grace,
it's
please sit down.
unbelievable.
Please sit down.
I'm
You've been warned, Miss. Grace?
I think based on what was been said today by the community, it seems like there's been several interpretations of the proclamation. Some of us have seen it more as like a step forward, and some of us have seen it more as a threat. And I'm wondering if it's because some of the descriptions in here are more vague, so people may not understand quite what they've derived from or like what they're meaning. I wonder if we should possibly hold like a work session dedicated to terminology. And also like specific examples in which race has affected our youth. That way we have like a common understanding of why we made this proclamation. Because some of us have a very clear understanding of this proclamation, like I could clearly say approve this, approve this, approve this, but some of our community doesn't have quite the same understanding yet. So I know I spoke with Ms. Richardson, so Director of Equity, and she'd be willing to help us in that conversation as well.
Very good point. Thank you very much, Grace. Take that into consideration. Further discussion. Director Bethel.
Well, first, before I dive into my thoughts on this, I just want to say, Grace, what you just said is probably the most profound thing I've heard all night. I just want you to know that I have immense respect for the fact that not only did you acknowledge the audience that was here and the participants in it, but possibly the thoughts and ideas of those that are sitting at this dais with you. And that shows great maturity, more so, I think, than my experience so far in the 2 months that this has been on the record. Not one time has either member of our leadership reached out to us, other than maybe somebody other than myself, to have a conversation. And I think it's shameful, and it lacks collaboration and partnership. If this concept is what you want for this district, then I think when you talk about it starting here, you've fallen short. I am sad to say that I can't support this, even though 90% of what's in here makes complete sense to me. Complete sense. But the concept of every student feeling welcome and engaged and participatory is not accurate at all in this district. Look at the panorama data that we have seen over the last 2 years and break it down by race and tell me how the race of white students are identified in here. I would think in the concept of all students, they're in there. But when you start a proclamation targeting people with the word white, it makes them feel targeted and set aside. Yes. And for a year and a half, I have sat up here and listened to an audience of your peers who elected you to be here and door knocked for you to call names. And we just passed a resolution about hands and words are not for hurting, and you supported that. Yes. How are you, in fact, leading by example by allowing that behavior by students or adults or otherwise to occur in this space? I don't understand. This at best is virtual signaling for me, at best. Excuse me, this is our conversation. I appreciate your emotion in this, but this is really my time to talk. I want every student in this district to be seen and heard and supported, hands down. And I don't care what loose student or whatever writes about me. I'm still going to show up for these kids in those same spaces. But I challenge you to be better. You asked to be on this board and to work with people of opposing opinions, and I have yet to see it. So, I would love to pause this and have a work session and bring people of this community together and talk about what this means. It doesn't mean anything if we just pass it as words on paper. We have to do the work. Superintendent Perry and her team worked their butts off in the winter to get to a point where it just broke down. Grace was a part of this community of students of color who gave direction, and it broke down. It broke down because we didn't have proper adults and maturity of people across our community to engage the process. We have to be leaders. We have to engage. It's our responsibility. So I don't know who drafted this. I appreciate the context in it for the most part, But the emotion around it is only going to divide this community further, and I'm not going to stand for it. I want us to come together. I have kids in this community who don't understand why this is happening. So please, let's do the work. That's what I'm asking of you.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, Director Nojos Pressy.
I do definitely want to uplift the comments that both Director Chandragiri and Director Bethel have said. I am also kind of unclear about the extent that has been made in engaging community members. I know specifically, like I was actually speaking with, I think probably someone that Director Chandragiri had spoken with that is part of the Islamic community, and they felt definitely very separated and disengaged, and it does feel a little, I mean, to use Director Bethel's words, a little virtue signaling in the sense that, like, these people are not coming to include their comments in this, but rather it feels like we're kind of putting words in their mouth. And I do want to put on the record that I know that I asked for data in this included, because that's definitely something that we need to know, is that exactly what is, and I think it was addressed just a smidgen in the beginning of our work session this evening, about what is the representation of students of color in special education, what is the underrepresentation of students of color in talented and gifted and college prep programs, what is like the percentage of our workforce when we're talking about hiring and retaining workforce that reflects the diversity of the community. And I also agree with Grace about really breaking down some of this language. I think a lot of us are coming at it from like this graduate level sociological understanding that we're like in this on a regular basis, and we're not coming down and speaking in terms that the community at large can understand. I do want to note, though, that I do feel like this is a reasonable step to me, in the sense that the resolution of committing to support the district's efforts to build a restorative model for discipline, to monitor discipline data and key performance indicators disaggregated by race and ethnicity, which is something that I've seen our current sitting board members ask for before we came onto this. Like, this is, it just feels like a step to commit to continue to get the information that our board members have been asking for, that I know that they fought tooth and nail to get, to maintain that and to make sure that it doesn't go away. And that's why we now have the dashboard. So I just want to note that I think the resolution of committing to monitoring that data makes sense as a next step.
Thank you. Further discussion? Director Guzman Ortiz.
Thank you, Chair Avila. You know, I have like jumbled thoughts written down, but I think, well, for me, we're discussing this resolution and accepting it as currently written. Hearing my fellow board members is recognizing that there is a lot more that can go into this. And for me, it's, I'm supportive of the resolution as it stands, recognizing that it's not going to solve all issues, right? It's not going to solve every problem. It doesn't mean that, hey, tomorrow we go to school and everything is going to be solved. It's a recognition of what the issue is, and it's a first step to taking action. And so to me, that is where the meaning lies tonight, in that that we have to have the courage to recognize as a board publicly that white supremacy exists. And that does not mean that every white person is a white supremacist. It does not mean that every white person is racist. It means that white supremacy is a systemic and a structural issue that impacts students. It impacts individuals. It's not saying that those who have been here today, that that individual people are harming our students, although that does happen as well. It's recognizing that it's a systemic issue. And we are here as board members. We are leading a system. And so acknowledging that is the first step for us to be able to come to the table with critical minds of what do we do next. So I understand that it's not it might not be complete, and that, yes, there's opportunity for us to include more voices. I don't want to ignore that. But for me, it's recognizing what is and recognizing what we can. And, you know, I see, like, as our peer, as Director Carson Cunningham was reading, you know, I was just thinking back of my time as a student in the district, right? And considering what would it have meant for me to know that my school, that my district leaders saw me as a person of color who was systemically impacted by the system as it is. And so for that, you know, I think about our students across the system, from our preschool students through our, you know, graduating students, our students with disabilities, and all across, that we see them. To me, that's what this means, is I see you, and I recognize that as I stand behind this dais as a school board member, I have, to a degree, some influence and some power to be able to influence change. And that's what this is about. So I invite all of my board members here, you know, to have the courage to recognize publicly with this resolution that white supremacy exists, that it is a systemic issue, and that we have the courage to think critically and to take bold action as we move forward. And yes, you know, I agree, we have to work together, and there's opportunity to do that. It's been rough, like this last year has been rough. We've been in a pandemic, we've been talking about racism all across. It's impacting our students. But we're gonna be here together for at least 2 more years. And so honestly, like, let's all be courageous and sit down at the table and not think about what's the politicization going on outside, but really think about what our students need. What do they need? What have they been asking us for? And not think about just the today, but think about their tomorrow. And for our preschoolers, think about where are they going to be 12 years down the line? And this is only the beginning to that, so please.
It's a draft.
Thank you, Director. Yes, Director Carson Cunningham.
I think, thank you to all of my fellow board members and Grace for raising the point that you raised. I very much have been viewing this as a first step of making a public commitment to do a lot of things that are action-oriented. When you make a commitment as laid out in this proclamation, it is words on paper. And, you know, my next step would be work plans related to how do we achieve these things? How do we drill into each of these things? Which community members do we need to reach out to and sit down with regularly to make sure that we're taking all the right actions? Each time we have something come up before this board that we're going to take action on, or a policy we're going to adopt, this is setting out what we are committing to do as far as a board to achieve equity and to take anti-racist action. It's our commitment as a board to the broader community. So I think the next step is to go out after we pass it, hopefully, to communicate with people and say, what do you need from us? You know, is there something we've done in the past that's been harmful or hurt you or hurt your students that are part of your synagogue or we need to make sure that we're getting out there. This is just a first step. And I think for sure that changing systems means we have to deeply examine all of our policies, all of our procedures, our past decisions to make sure we're learning whether they were the right ones or not. And I will say, you know, we have committed to doing first readings and then bringing things forward for a vote. So every member of this board has had ample opportunity to provide input on this resolution, to edit it, to provide amendments, to change language, to add additional whereases, to change the end if they wanted to change what we were resolving to do. That has been open and on the table with many, many reminders to the entire board from board leadership for close to 2 months now. So I will just say there has been the opportunity, and I think that this is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Excuse me, Director Chandigiri, I haven't spoken yet, so I'd like to speak. I appreciate everybody's comments. I was listening to the public comment as well, taking some good notes from pro and con on this resolution.
And I'm very proud to be here in this position, to be able to earn and overcome the barriers that I had. It took me 4 years to get a 2-year degree. It took me 7 years to get a 4-year degree. It took me 14 years to get a master's degree. Why? Because of all these systemic barriers and structures. And, excuse me, I'm talking like Director Bethel said, and that's blatant disrespect on a elected official position by your perspective. So I made a commitment for my children, your children, our community's children to improve our school districts. I do that every day at the post-secondary level for our state, to making sure that our community is stronger and educated, and we have a strong workforce that's skilled and that can be safer and improving our economy. And I'm going to do that here today as well. I'm going to do that throughout my tenure here on the district. And like my colleague, Director Guzman Ortiz has said, you know, white supremacy doesn't mean it's every white person. And yes, I understand that this language is not fully complete yet. And I'm not, I'll be honest with you and transparent. I did bring it up to discussion with my leadership team to maybe sit back and relax and restructure it, restate a few words. But tonight I'm going to promote that we do pass it, but then challenge our other directors to have these community discussions, to get greater input, and like two of our people providing comment, it does mean listening to the other side and having difficult conversations without attacks. And clearly, I'm ready for that, and I hope community is as well, and they're accepting. But it also, like another member said, it's essential to learn the structural barriers, teaching real history to gain an understanding and overcome and remove these barriers, because white supremacy is rooted in the history and interwoven in these structures and policies and practices. We cannot deny that. And it's very important for us to build bridges to come into an understanding and commit to break these down. We have a commitment, and this is what this resolution is saying. We commit to routinely interrupt systems of oppression on behalf of students and staff in Salem-Keizer public schools and in our community. Who here does not want to commit to address racism among my board members, within our community leaders? So I will recommend that we do vote to pass this, and I will, once that, hopefully that is done, I will commit to engaging with our community members to how do we get together to understand, to develop this even further, and grow that understanding, because our students need to be represented. They need to be taught well, holistically, comprehensively, and challenged. But we also need these barriers to be broken down, because the disruption of our prisons, pipeline to prison, that it's unexcusable. It's not acceptable for us as a society, as a nation. When we have when we're spending more money in prisons than we are in education, there's something extremely wrong, and it needs to start in our education. And that's why we're breaking these down. So on that note, that is my discussion, and I will provide one more round of discussion as permitted and as by the Robert's rules.
Would you like?
One last round, yes.
Thank you very much. You know, I really want our community and our board to understand that there is no concern. I completely support we need to address structural racism, systemic, interpersonal racism, and internalized racism. That's exactly what we did last year without provoking a racial animus or flaring up the racial animus. We ended up having a list of 22 positions. We created a position where the first black student became a student advisor. We have 2 deputy superintendents who are people of color. In other words, we have to demonstrate credibility. It was tough here. We had to really work across almost like polarized groups who had almost othered each other and dehumanized each other. We really had to take that heat and work through that. And we worked to really advance the cause of the students. In July 2019, when we got elected, there was a bunch of kids here holding a sign saying children are not in cages. That's how I got welcomed in this place. And that really led us to digging through the data and coming up with this, what you saw, the dashboard came out of the very students who sat here today. Because we really had to separate what they were suffering and not lose our compassion towards the student. And we can do that. We can do that without further stoking the primal fears. These are very important words, white supremacy and racism. They are almost like the primal fear. And we don't have to stoke the primal fear and create an atmosphere of divisiveness and distrust while we are working on changing the structural policy barriers. The second thing is anti-racist. That's more an we can have a policy and we can achieve the same goal without saying, am I an anti-racist or you're not an anti-racist? So in other words, we can achieve those structural, we can take care of it. If you really want to do it, let any child choose any school in any program. Get rid of all the policies and let there be true ability. And you will have the same result what CTEC produces, 100% desegregated schools and 100% graduation. I promise that. But we can do that without spooking the historical wounds and flaring that up in the midst of a dangerous pandemic. So just because I vote no, I don't want the narrative to go saying that I'm against racism. See, that's almost like a catch-22. It's not that you vote no means you are a racist or a white supremacist. That is not at all the thing. I won't be showing you the photograph. 3 months ago, I was the white supremacist. So the definition also keeps morphing. And I consulted my caucus chair. I said, tell me, am I a person of color? Yes. He said, yes. I said, what can I think? He says, BIPOC people cannot be racist. This is exact words. I said, I'm getting confused. 3 months ago, I was a supremacist. So we can't be morphing this definition back and forth and then stoking this kind of dangerous fears. Then it leads to a situation where we just won't know how to contain it. That's my biggest. I'm not going to be a party to further division of my nation or my community, because that is not the way our children should be. We need to teach our children to humanize each other, look for humanity in each other, not spot white supremacist in each other. That is where I'm really troubled. Communities from my South Asia, Muslim community, we all want racial problems solved. We don't want white supremacists coming and beating us up or our businesses. That's not what we want. But what we want is good education, peace, harmony, and we want to learn to live and respect the teachers from white community and others without creating that or flaring up the contagion of fear of white people. So I really want people to clearly understand, if I vote no, doesn't mean I'm a racist or a white supremacist. It's not like one or the other. There is the reason is we are sitting on top of a pandemic, and I don't want more people dying of COVID flaring up, or somebody saying, I'm not wearing mask because I don't trust you, or not take vaccine. I want people to take vaccine. Let it be a fight between COVID and rest of us, not amongst us in the middle of this. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Director.
So I just have a question, because, and I mean, I think I would just appreciate some clarification in the sense that what I hear is that you support the, wanting to make sure that we are analyzing the data of discipline of our students, of our workforce, of making sure that our community is fully desegregated and that we are coming together to support each other in a way that it doesn't matter, be you Latino, Latina, Latinx, Asian, Native American, etc. Correct?
Well, let me clarify. Go to CTEC. We went to CTEC. That is my vision of what all schools should be. It's a place where children from all backgrounds, all things, learn to respect each other, work together. There is no difficulty of racial animus. That's how educational equity can be achieved, in my opinion. Then you have 100% outcome for children from different communities, and we can create that. But we need to do some groundwork in order to reach that. Simply saying, I will commit. I can say, I'm a politician at the end of the day. I can say whatever I want, I will commit is not the way you show. You have to show some result. You have to show some credibility and ability. Within our board in the last 3 months, we haven't talked to each other. We haven't even emailed each other. How can I go and tell somebody else to be working towards peace and harmony? I don't get it. I don't know if I could explain it as best. I would be happy to explain it off
I
the
want to
record.
call point of order that the board directors are speaking to have a board conversation, not to each other.
Thank you.
Just to clarify. But if there's additional comments about the resolution and not the director's perspective, appreciate it.
Excuse me, I would like for Mr. DeCopoulos to explain that to all of us, because we're a team here, right? And to
Yes.
understand each other's perspective, I think, requires dialogue, and doing it in the transparent way in the boardroom is what I believe to be the most respectful thing of this board.
The issue here is two directors are engaging in conversation to each other when they should be talking to the chair.
Well, we're literally all sitting here, so we can
It is.
break this down a little further.
It's process and it's board
But she
governance.
also looked at me, and I think she was looking at me for
And it's,
feedback
and it's
on
board governance. So at this time, as in Robert's rules, there's 2 opportunities to discuss this resolution or this topic, agenda topic. So if you have a second addition to add, I ask for it this time for all of our directors.
I would be happy to add that, to answer your question, I do believe we should all come together and have a conversation. I believe that should have occurred in a board retreat. And I believe that board leadership should have laid out a plan for all of us to discuss broader. And I think we could have come together in that unified space where dialogue is freely occurring and created a pathway. I agree that work needs to be done. I have been saying for 2 years that we need public data. And Dr. Chandragiri beat down some walls and got us what we've got. And I think it's spectacular. But I believe that this resolution is putting the cart before the horse. I appreciate taking action. Like I said, I've been here for over 2 years, been asking for action. But I believe you have to have a transparent public conversation that's data-backed. And you listed off in your first statement a couple of areas where data was requested. And you now have access to the data dashboard, but some of the things that you won't achieve through that is specific panorama data about how students feel. It is in there, but you have to really search for it, and having a conversation with Dr. West makes sense. A point of clarification on a couple of things. The school-to-prison pipeline is yet to be proved in Marion County, and it's been something I've been working on for a year as a county commissioner with the organization that incarcerates youth, where they come from, how they get there. I believe that the elimination of that is not the school district's responsibility, but the household's responsibility in society and in partnership with our educators. I just feel like there's so much to offer from everybody on this board in a deep dialogue about the things that we really must overcome in our communities so our kids grow up thriving and healthy. And this resolution is too soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I just wanted to just explain to the board, I'm trying to give counsel to the board chair on running a meeting so that when board members want to be recognized, they ask the board chair for recognition, and so that we don't have conversations between board members, but they ask the board chair that they'd like to address a question. So I'm all about process, and I'm not meaning to impede any conversation, just suggestion on the best process for this board chair or any board chair.
And that's why I've asked him to sit by me.
I do respect school board directors having conversations. I just wanted it to be in an ordered way.
Thank you.
Director Guzman-Ortiz, any additional comments? Director Carson Cunningham?
No.
Neither do I. So So discussion is finished. At this time, I will take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Director Guzman Ortiz says aye. Director Carson Conham says aye. Director Chair Avila says aye. Director Nojas Presley says aye. Those against it say aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Director Chardigari says nay, and Director Bethel say nay. Motion is approved and carries forward.
No.
So next up for our agenda.
I first, Director Nojas Presley second.
So we have a consent calendar, acceptance of grants. And if we have,
Chair?
yes,
I think there was just a question in the audience about it being first, and seconded, and it was prior to the discussion, just to clarify. And then the discussion happened, and then we voted.
yes. So consent calendar, do we have a motion for the acceptance of grants?
I make the motion.
Director Bethel motions it. Do we have a second? Dr. Chindigary seconds that. Is there a discussion? No discussion. All those in favor to accept it, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All directors say aye.
Aye.
No nays. And no directors opposes. Motion passes. Consent calendar, item B, approval of personal action items. Is there a motion to accept these as is?
I'll make the motion to accept as is.
Director Beto motions. Do I have a second? Director Carson Conham seconds that. Do I have a discussion?
I do.
Yes, Dr. Chindigary.
Yes, thank you very much. So, in our state, there is I read in the newspaper that recently they removed the degree requirement for persons to apply for substitute teacher because they're really struggling to have teacher shortage. It's probably nationally and with everything going on, teachers. And one of the teachers actually contacted me saying they're going through emotional difficulty and struggling. So the question I'm saying, this is in the background of everything else going on, whether it's COVID or the toxic culture that we have, and we have asked for data, and we have asked for a work session. Really, I would like to see if we can have like about 5 to 10 years data, so we can really start seeing, is it the COVID, or is there a change in a culture that is causing this? Because both ends of the teachers, so starting and towards retirement, both are leaving. And ultimately, it will affect our children. We can talk of educational equity, SIA, all that, but we need bodies to teach our children, and we really need good teachers. Teachers are the backbone for our children. They are the future. So I really would once again publicly ask, Chair, let's get about 10 years longitudinal data so that we are not really colored by what's going on, and then look for any trend and have a work session. If it is a culture, this is a good time to fix the culture and start working on a really engaging culture. We send teams to Puerto Rico to recruit teachers and come. We come empty-handed. We have changing in demographics. We need teachers who are fluent in Spanish and English. Then only we can have bilingual immersion. Otherwise, it will be a pipe dream. So let's have a discussion on this. Find out why teachers are or staff are feeling the retention is more important than recruitment. You can trick anybody to come and work here, but how do we retain it? How do we nurture workforce is what I would really like to see. And to me, rapid turnover is a sign of underlying culture problem, in my opinion, at least the way I ran state hospitals. So will you please consider a 10-year data and have a work session on what kind of culture we have in our school district?
Dr. Chindigary, what item are you pulling from this consent calendar?
This is the resignations. Every month we are seeing some resignation.
Okay. Director Nolas Pressy.
I could be making a huge leap, but I noticed that on our board report schedule that we got earlier today, there is a topic of hiring on October 26, 2021. So is that where we would also be able to talk about these resignations, retirements, just kind of like those processes?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
John?
All right, thank you.
And I will tell you, so I'm just speaking a little bit in defense of my team right now because I'm feeling super frustrated about a lot of things. So it's going to come out a little messy. But we can go back to 10 years if that's where you really want us to spend our time. The district is crushed right now with hiring sorry. I'm just super frustrated. I bring a team of people here to do the job for you, and I have to sit there and defend them, and you take credit for hiring two BIPOC assistant superintendents. And here's the deal. They were the best people for the freaking job, and you tout them as they're here as tokens, and I have to sit there and ask them to continue to come to work in this environment, and you can't do a unanimous vote on an anti-racism resolution. It might not be the right words, it might not be the right time, but ask them. And then next comes 10 years of data. All the discipline data we've had, we've given you KPI reports, we've stood in front of you for 2 years to say, what do you want? And we argue around it, and then we come with a work session around data, and then, oh wait, we want more. So this district is crushed right now to try to hire people, to get our systems in order, and to keep kids in school. And on top of it, you don't support the 2 leaders of color that I hired, Dr. Chandragiri. So please, don't ever tout them again, because they're the best young people for the job, and they're gonna make us better, but they don't wanna show up in this boardroom. And that's a fact.
And I did
It's hard
provide.
enough to do the work. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No. And I did provide a response to 3 directors on why we actually need 10 years of data when it has no impact on our students right now. So I want to create and discuss some policies that are actually going to move our district forward, changing our structures, providing the help, the mental health, the culturally responsive help, the teachers, preparation, making sure the partnerships are in place so that we're bringing in staff and faculty. We don't need to spend time on data on why we're losing staff and faculty and teachers. I did not get a response from either Director Bethel, Director Chandragiri, or Director Hyen when they requested it. I asked an explanation as to why so I can understand their request. So there's some issues that we need to talk about as a board and not in public, so we're not breaking any board governance policies as they've already been done.
I think, Chair.
Just Director Person Cunningham.
Thank you, Superintendent Perry, for speaking up. I think the report plan that was laid out at the very beginning of today is something I'm totally supportive of. Like, we're going to get all of this information. It's laid out over a year. I think if there's something that's really missing from that, or we need to move it around, I know that all of the Christy and her team have been super flexible with like if there's something you want to hear, any of you earlier, move it around, move it up, move it to a different month. Like, we're trying to take the requests we're getting and ensure they get plugged in, but we can't hear it all in one meeting. And the dashboard is incredible as well. Like, I just want to say thank you for making that tool accessible to us so that we can go in and do some of that work ourselves. I think all I've heard since starting is that the district is under so much pressure, and I think we're all under pressure. We're still in a pandemic, to your point, Dr. Chandragiri. Like, everyone is maxed out, and I think if we can just try to support each other and, support our district. They're keeping schools open 5 days a week like we all wanted. That's a tremendous success, and huge kudos to all of you on the cabinet for making that happen. I think, can we move this consent agenda forward and move to the next agenda item?
If there's no further discussion, we need to proceed on a vote on this pulled item. All those in favor?
Aye.
In favor, those who oppose, nay. Motion passes.
Chair, I would request a 5-minute break if that's okay.
Yes, it's 9:10. We'll be back at 9:15. Okay, let's get back. We have a couple more items in our agenda to complete. Item number 8, there's no reading, so we'll move on to number 9, reports. Superintendent, your reports.
All right, and I am going to turn over a bit of my time to Dr. Udosnata, and he's going to talk about whatever Senate bills, essential skills.
Good afternoon, good evening, Chair Avila.
We're 2 days in.
It's almost seems like that, right? Hey, I'm gonna break character for a second here. So, for a long time, I was a teacher, and then I was a principal, and in that role, what I had to do was coach kids up, especially coach kids up in the moment. And luckily, I had I shared cultural experiences with a lot of kids who got super duper frustrated and heightened in the moment. And one thing that I would say to them is, it's okay to be frustrated, and it's okay to be to want to take your frustrations out on something and to want to speak up, but don't do it in a way that takes you out of the game. And so, what I'm trying to do right now is, when I sometimes leave here, I wonder a lot about my silence. I think, dang, are you making the right decision right now, or are you being silent? And that's something I grapple with on, luckily, my 8-minute drive home. And so, that's something that I'm grappling with today as well, is it's really difficult to show up to a space and say the right thing where I don't take myself out of the game. But it's also really difficult to show up every day when you're not sure where people stand on racism. And so I just want to say that that racism is wrong. And that I would encourage those that have a voice to use their voice in the right way against racism, and to stay in the game, because we got to stay in the pocket. And a lot of people are counting on us.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Let's talk about essential skills. This is actually something that I also have a lot of experience with. And I need my clicker. Do you want to hit share it real quick? Now you see how I feel all the time holding it. Okay, so let's talk about essential skills. So this summer, Senate Bill 744, this is why I use that mouse.
It's remote. Can you take it with you?
Yeah, this is one
And every time I say, I don't want that mouse, I want the clicker.
All right, take 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about Senate essential skills, Senate Bill 744. So back in about 2011, Oregon Department of Education passed a requirement that added to the graduation requirement, not only to the credit requirement, but what they wanted to do was make sure that students were graduating schools with the basic essential skills, that they had proficiency in reading, writing, and math. So And that bill has been, or that requirement has been suspended because the state decided that they want to refine what it means to be proficient, right? And what that proficiency looks like and what the assessments look like. And so here's what the proficiency, or what the essential skills used to look like. It was for people to demonstrate efficiency in reading, writing, and math. And the way that they did that was through smarter balance assessments, which is it was a computer-based assessment. And if anyone's seen it, it's a little tricky. I mean, even getting the exponents on there to work in the math part is tricky. And so a lot of our students didn't thrive in that, in using the smarter balance. Also, it's a long test, right? It's a long test, it's a difficult test. And so students were being tested on their ability to really navigate this program and their fortitude in using the SBAC program as it was put in front of them, as much as they were trying to show what their math skill was, their writing skills, and their reading skills. And so what students could also do is show their proficiency through PSAT, SAT, ACT, or through a work sample. So most students were taking a work sample class where they showed their proficiency through doing a math problem they probably already did their freshman year as a senior, right? But that took an opportunity from them that they could have been accessing other classes, right? And that happened for a lot of our students with reading, writing, and math. They were in an essential skill class for all three of those classes. And so what the state decided to do is they just decided to suspend this class, or to suspend this, standard, and to reassess how they can make an assessment and a essential skill that's more equitable. And so a lot of community members are thinking, oh no, does that mean that we're gonna dumb down the standards? And that's not what we're doing. And I'll talk about that in a second. But the benefit is it's gonna increase students' instructional time because teachers are gonna spend less time reviewing that work as seniors, for our seniors. And it's gonna increase students' opportunities to take a CTE class, an AP class, right? It's gonna increase their ability to take, to really focus on the career and college readiness path rather than trying to stress over passing 2 work samples for Algebra 1, right? Which is stuff that they would have normally done to pass Algebra 1 in the first place. And so importantly, what the long-term impact will be, and something that the state is really looking at, is how they will address some of the disparities that the test the And so an example of this, for instance, is that right now the state decided that students can get language arts credits and other languages other than English, right? And so through a re-examination of what the essential skill language arts portion looks like, that would probably adjust the assessment that a student receives where they might have a non-English option to demonstrate their proficiency. So overall, what the impacts of this will be is that students will have a more equitable test, right? One that really tests what they know and not how they know how to use a program. And that's what's important to us in this district, and also important to our lawmakers. And so I just want to show you, bring a couple of more things to your attention. Some people say, well, does that mean that students, that a diploma, the value of a diploma will be diminished? And the answer to that is absolutely not. When I was in high school, you only needed to earn 18 credits to graduate, and there wasn't a lot of minimums, and this is 1998, I'm dating myself, right? And there wasn't minimums on, or there wasn't the same level of minimums on math, on language arts, on social studies, and on sciences. Students still need to earn 24 credits to graduate, and they still need 3 years of Algebra 1 or higher. And we really have rigorous curriculum-based assessments that happen in the classroom. And so I think that a kid who graduates between now and 2024, when they reinstate essential skills, would have really earned that diploma. And that diploma is just as valuable as it would have been last year as it is this year. And so the last thing that I want to call to your attention, and I just want to underscore the opportunities that our students are going to get by not having to adhere to that essential skill standard. This is a statewide graphic, and what it shows is it shows the level of graduation. This tells a lot of stories, right? One, it shows graduation by race and ethnicity across the state, but it also shows how graduation improves when students have access to CTE courses and are really engaged. And I'd say the same is true for when students are engaged in anything, whether that's CTE, whether that's AP or IB, right, or AVID. It's going to increase the kid's opportunity to pass classes. And if a kid, especially our seniors, if they don't have to trade off their time because they didn't do well in the SBAC to take a work sample class, we create an opportunity for them to continue to engage in what's meaningful for them. And that's what our job is educators. And so I think there's a lot of ways you can look at the essential skill not, going away for the next couple of years, but the things that you really need to know is that our kids are getting a great education, we're creating more opportunities for kids, and in the long run, what it does is we'll have a better test for kids and a better way of measuring their skill, and that's what's important as well. And in the meantime, they'll get to take classes that really engage them. Any questions on this one?
I have a question.
Yes, Director Bethel.
So this is, seems like it's in everywhere in the community, and I'm not actually fully understanding what you're saying. But I guess from what I think I understand, we're going to suspend something that hasn't really worked to the benefit of the student while we reevaluate to implement something in the future.
Correct.
If what we're going to do in this period of time of creation on ODE's part or whomever's creating it is working now, why would we re-implement another test for kids in the future? I guess I don't understand. Obviously, I understand that what was there didn't work. But now we're doing nothing.
So they're doing, sorry, that's a good question. So what they're doing right now is a team from ODE is assessing what the disparities and what wasn't working with the SBAC, right, and the essential skills in general. And what they're going to do is in I think fall of 2022, they're going to come with recommendations and findings for how we're going to fix it. And so what you might see is a modification, or they might have another decision on if we're going to re-implement, the use of SBAC for essential skill. The thing is, our students will still take the SBAC, and so they'll still take it their junior year in high school, and they still take it in elementary and middle school as well. And so we're still going to have that normed data, but what the state is doing right now is just acknowledging that it is a system that is flawed enough that we need to pull it off the table. And one thing that you need to know as well, and I can say this, having worked in high schools for a long time, is students normally, it's unusual for a student not to graduate because of essential skill. It's more likely for them to not graduate because of other circumstances that lead to them not earning credit, the 24 credits that they need. So just to get to your question is, state's taking it off the table. They're going to revise if needed or assess what's wrong with it, and then we'll know what the next steps are in 2022.
I have a follow-up. Is it possible for the district to opt out of the future proposal? I guess what I'm getting at is I think that our educators are the ones who assess our kids best. Like I'm a foundational believer that when I sat in the first grade classroom and tested every kid to their count to 100, like I had a better gauge than a computer.
If we opted out, we would be out of compliance with the standards.
Unless there's something in the new system that they develop that would allow us to opt out. The important thing, I think, for us all is to watch what ODE does and engage in the input process in order to see where they're headed.
Okay, thank you.
Director Chandigiri.
Thank you very much. Charles Boyle, the governor's deputy communication director in Oregonian, in an email, he said that they had to do this because of Oregon's Black, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Indigenous, Asian, Pacific Islander, tribal students and students of color. That's the reason they removed it. That's the reason, the explanation they gave. But when in fact the community had asked for equity, by that they mean is give us more resources, help us so that our children can have expanded learning opportunities and support. So by getting rid of that, and so the reason I'm asking is I'm a BIPOC parent, an immigrant parent, and at least the way it's played out in the community is, from people I'm listening to, is you're not capable of testing, that's why we removed it, and that is how it is getting played out. I'm not saying that's the answer. How are we going to protect our children from internalizing this as an internalized racism or feeling that, you know, they are not capable of testing, that's the reason the state had to remove? How can we mitigate that kind of negative script that kids can internalize it? Because I'm worried that my children or our children shouldn't go around thinking that they are not capable of testing. That's the reason they got rid of the testing.
If you can add to my response to that, working with a partner at ODE and having some more context, legislators, our Oregon legislators took this on from feedback that they were getting from community organizations from across the state because of COVID impacting our students of color, our families of color. A lot of them became the primary income earner, which had affected their grades, their learning, their passing the skills. So they lost opportunities to learn and engage. And then they were asked to take a test unfairly, unjustly. And so they realized that this is a great opportunity to take a look and dismantle this test and to, like, as Dr. Udusanata is saying, to reevaluate, just like everything else, you reevaluate and you improve it, and it's still going to challenge our students, I believe. It's going to make them work harder. No one's taking away anything here, but it's giving everybody an even playing field. You know, a lot of other families, including my kids, they didn't have to become the primary income wage learner if I would have gotten sick. You know, we're okay. But a lot of families who are low income SES families, or even themselves got sick and rotating or becoming the babysitter. That's what a lot of our families do with not just students of color, but also families from across the state who are low income. And this is a great opportunity for this to happen.
All right, thank you for the explanation.
Other questions?
I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward and to be able to provide some clarity about how our own state legislature found systemic barriers and removed them.
And feel free to follow up if you have any questions I didn't answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and you're going to keep the slide thing moving. Don't forget your thing. Okay, because I got one more thing going. So so I just want to come back around to a couple comments to when I have my emotions a little more in check. The other thing I just want to point out is that my team spent a lot of time after the last board meeting helping kind of repair. Our board, a couple board members helped repair some damage with our leaders of color from the last board meeting. And so I think I'm not going to call out any board member here, but we have to be so careful about what we say in this room, because if it matters to them and the next day I'm helping them understand how they could work for a board that would say the kinds of things that were said in the last board meeting, how do we think our kids feel? So thank you for the time you spent with our board members sharing your story from the last board meeting. And then on the top of that, we deal with all the aftermath of all of it in the parking lot and our security team. And we just have to really watch our words. And the anti-racism resolution, I could have seen that it might have worked great if we had a work session to talk about it. But it was never more evident in this meeting, and maybe as I look back to the last meeting, of the importance of the action you took. So I just want to thank you for that. And then I wanted to talk for a minute about Indigenous Peoples Day. And because I don't know if people really understand that it was a 25-year journey to get here, and that it was first discussed in 1977 at a UN conference to replace Columbus Day with a U.S. celebration to be known as Indigenous Peoples Day. 1990, South Dakota is the first state to rename. And you think about for Indigenous people that it took from 1977 to 2020 at the nation's capital to this is the first year in Oregon. That's a long time to wait for a holiday that harms year after year after year, which again is why it's important to take a stand, even if the words aren't perfect. So let you go to the next slide. I'm not going to read them all. So it's important that we unlearn some Columbus Day myths, because when we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, we have to unlearn. So how many of us learned the phrase, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue? Remember that? Yeah. I'm happy you don't remember that, Maria. But Columbus was not the first foreign explorer to land in Americas. Neither he nor those who came before him discovered America. But we taught it. I taught it. I learned it. I taught it. Through, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. So the European contact resulted in devastating loss of life, disruption of tradition, and enormous loss of lands for Indigenous people in Americas. It is estimated that in the 130 years following first contact, Native Americans lost 95% of its population. We got these facts from the Smithsonian. The state has passed Senate Bill 13, which is the Tribal History Shared History, and in the grade 10 curriculum, and this is why it's important that we teach the truth in history, which is what this resolution tells us to do. Teach the truth of history. But the outcomes are sovereignty and identity. Students will understand the term sovereignty. Students will be able to understand that tribal sovereignty and self-governance are inherent rights of tribes in Oregon. It's why board leadership decided they wanted to have a government-to-government relationship that started with them, and they went to both the Siletz and the Grand Ronde tribe to say, we know that we've gotten some consultation on this land acknowledgement, but we want to hear from you again. And also in that grade 10, students will be able to analyze some primary documents related to Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's some of the standards that need to be woven into the curriculum. And then before we move to Division 22 assurances, I just got to clear up a couple untruths that were said tonight. So first of all, I can't not make mention of the fact that somebody said we teach sexual pleasure in school, and that's just flat out wrong.
Thank you.
If I would challenge us to find that in the health standards, and I have to tell you, and I've been told it's been taught in kindergarten, I have to tell you, if we taught sexual pleasure in kindergarten, we would have 25 parents knocking on my door and showing up in your boardroom, as they should. So we got to quit saying things that aren't true. If there's an example of a kindergarten teacher teaching sexual pleasure, I'd really actually like to know about it. But if you've been in a kindergarten classroom, that's not what we teach. Nor do we teach it's not in the health standards. So I just want to correct that, because we're going to share truths from here on out.
Thank you.
Then finally, the data dashboard was available last year, all of last year, and we only had one board member actively using it and one other board member logging in. So I don't want us to be like we're in this moment because we forced the district. We've been trying to get boards to use data since multiple years. All right, with that.
Can I add, we don't teach critical race theory, and critical race theory doesn't teach people to hate each other at the young age. Through my master's program, I went and experienced learning about some critical race theory, but it's a framework. It's not a curriculum. So there's another lie. Let's squash that as well and educate ourselves with actual knowledge and reading, understanding it, and engaging it and learning.
Yeah. And we can bring standards forward to you. If you question what's in the health curriculum, we can bring it forward. And I will say the health curriculum in 6th grade talks about really important sexual health topics. And in Marion County, we have one of the highest teen pregnancy rates in the state. So we should. And parents get to choose whether they want their students to be in that health class or not. But the standards are public. So if we want to know the truths in there, not that we won't make mistakes, because we will sometimes, but the standards tell us what we teach. Same with social studies.
Sorry.
All right.
Superintendent Cobb.
Assistant Superintendent Cobb.
Board Avila, board members, Chair Avila, board members, and Superintendent Perry. I'm going to tell you about one of our compliance reports that we submit annually to ODE, and it's the Division 22 report. Next, oh, thank you. Thank you for leaving it here. I appreciate it. Next.
It's tricky, though. I hate that thing.
Yes, it's going the wrong way. Okay. So this annual report is a subsection of the Oregon Administrative Rules, and it really guides the requirements for elementary and secondary education. They identify for us the minimal services that we have to provide our students, or the minimal requirements, and they also update us on anything that changes in those requirements. What these don't do is cover all of the other supports and resources that school districts implement to be able to provide the resources to students and services to students. So what are those specific rules? We have a total of 54 rules, and they're listed in there, and I'll talk about some of those. We follow all of those diploma requirements that are given to us, like extended diploma, modified diplomas, veterans diploma. We also follow all of the district curriculum expectations, any changes, also updates that need to happen for our curriculums and assessments. We also follow all the guidance on state assessments that need to be implemented in schools, like ELPA for our English language learners, or the SBAC assessment. Any emergency plans, building safety requirements, we have to report that we are following all of the rules on those. Records and reports, every time there's an incident, we have to follow processes to do incident reports and make sure that we are following, again, all the guidelines given to us. Instructional minutes for how much time students must spend in schools throughout the year, how many minutes for physical education, what kinds of supports student needs around minutes of instruction. And then teacher and administrator evaluation rules that we follow and then sometimes change, and we have to keep up with all of those changes. And then many more, like talented and gifted rules and updates, complaint procedures, licensing rules, or media programs that are requirement for our students. Okay. Occasionally, schools are not compliant with one of these rules or some of these rules, and there's a process to request to Oregon Department of Education to give us an opportunity to meet and comply in the following year. When this happens, again, we produce a request for ODE, and we explain how we're going to comply with the rule that we're not meeting. And then they either tell us they approve it and they give us an opportunity to show improvement in the following year, or they come back to us and they tell us, answer these additional questions towards compliance of that rule. For the 2021 year, our district just submitted a request for approval on postponement of 2 of these rules that we are not compliant with. One of them is the administration of state assessments, and for this one, the board actually voted on opting out of the Smarter Balance assessments last spring because of, we were in hybrid and we wanted to just really focus on instruction, and doing the Smarter Balanced assessments would have taken a lot of time out of our students' contact time with teachers. And then the second one is instructional materials adoption. And in this area, we are out of compliance for science from kinder to 12th grade, health, K-5, virtual programming, and social studies. We have made a lot of modifications to our social studies curriculums to provide resources and provide supports to teachers so that they can meet the guidelines of the new social studies standards that the state has given us. But we are out of compliance on bringing the adoption of a social studies curriculum.
And Olga, I just want to make 2 comments on that. We're in this funny time around materials adoptions because the state has a little bit of an archaic adoption system, so it's textbook adoptions, and we've got new standards, and we've got so many more open source materials that don't really require adoption, and the ability to bring in diverse texts. All the diverse texts that we bring in aren't really on an adoption list, so it's this funky time in Oregon's ODE time around instructional materials adoption, because that really just means adopting a textbook. Mm-hmm. And we know that often a textbook doesn't meet all the standards, even though they've adopted it, doesn't always tell truth in history, is written by a publisher. So there's that kind of piece where last year we just said, now's not the time. Let's make sure we get resources into hands of teachers versus a true textbook, just one book adoption. So we'll manage through that and have submitted our out of compliance report to ODE.
And if I can add to that, also adopting a curriculum means that we have to bring teachers together to give us opinions on what's best and what they prefer and what meets the needs of our students and their backgrounds and languages. And last year was just really hard to do that with all the things that we had going on. And again, we prioritized teacher and student contact for just learning of everything else that was happening last year during hybrid and CDL. Any questions?
Well, I'll open it up to my fellow directors. Yes, Director Chindigar.
Thank you. So this is what we did, and so we're going to go back to testing again, correct? Is that correct? Because our Title I funding is dependent on SBAC testing.
Yes, thank you for asking
Yeah.
that. We will resume testing this year.
72% of our children's money will be held up if not. Is that how it works? If we don't test, we won't get Title I?
No.
Not necessarily, but it would be, if we were blatantly out of compliance year after year after year, ODE could have some monetary sanctions against us, and potentially the U.S. Department of Ed with title funds could have some sanctions against us.
Yeah.
We're not close to at risk of that, but we do believe it's really important to be back in compliance this year.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's all my worry was.
Mm-hmm.
Any other director? I'll just quickly then just say, I know that we're in a time where our educators need so much patience and support and don't need more agitation or poking from or more stress, I think, from our families, as much as our families want to be with for looking out for the best interests of their kids. But I think sometimes it's harmful when they have more stress, and then the district changes the curriculum on them when they just had figured it out and got it going well. So I just want to make sure the district is very mindful and not constantly trying to find the newest, best thing that's out there, but utilizing and improving what we do have if it is working.
Thank you. And as part of curriculum adoption, we would also include family, community voice, student voice, as well as teacher voice. Thank you for that comment.
And when you think about the stress on the system, it might not be the year again for a curriculum adoption, which means we have to take a really thoughtful stand on what about Division 22 instructional materials, which requires like an every 7-year rotation. So it's one of those systems that's sort of this legacy system that in this moment in time just adds more pressure that might not be the right pressure. So that's all the decisions we're continuing to juggle every day, in part because like our curriculum department right now and all of our licensed educators that are in there, they're out subbing in classrooms. They're the people that run a curriculum adoption. Okay, so do we want to do a curriculum adoption or do we want to have teachers in front of kids right now? That's kind of the trade-offs we're at. Even though we've submitted a plan to try to get back in compliance, and definitely will be in compliance with the state assessments.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Cobb.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, number 11, board reports. Let's just go do a quick round robin if there's any board reports. Dr. Chinigiri, anything to report?
Well, I just want to say thank you very much, and I know this is a very difficult time. Sometimes these discussions get a little tense, but I have utmost respect for Superintendent Perry. Last year we went through similar things, and we have no shortage of respect for our Superintendent Perry, our leadership team, and everything else. So I don't want our community to think that we are not kind and sympathetic. We went through similar emotion. But at the end of the day, it's not, I want to keep the best interest of our students. And we are all in the suffering, to be honest. And it's not going to change my compassion towards any group. And that's what we have to keep in mind. So sorry, Superintendent Perry, I apologize if my questioning came across. And, I don't mean to show any disrespect towards your team and you, and so I apologize, Dr. Udosinata and Dr. Cobb, if anything I said was disrespectful. I apologize. That's not at all my intent. My intent is sometimes in the process of advocacy, I probably get too carried away. So I'm sorry about that. Those are my implicit biases. I'll work through that.
Thank you. It's very courageous. Director Noah's Pressy.
Well, I will be honest. Today kind of like upended what I remember from the SCATS Policy Committee. And
I can help you.
Okay, yeah, it was
Maybe we don't.
shout out
Together.
Yeah, okay, I'll rely on Commissioner Bethel to help me out on that. And then I wasn't able to attend the COG meeting, but I believe that, okay, also, I will just defer to Director Bethel.
Great, thank you. We'll start down at the bottom. No, how about Grace? Share your moment about what was your cutting the ribbon moment, and then your new school, enjoying your new school. No, just talk about the new school. How's that feel?
It was really exciting. I've been at McKay for 4 years now, but like just hearing about like all the people, how much work went into building McKay, it was just like really cool, I guess. I really enjoyed it. I could tell it meant a lot to a lot of people, and they put a lot of effort, not just the community, but even like the construction crew and the commissioners and the, I think a state representative showed up and everything.
Yeah.
It was a nice moment.
She was distracted because all she can think about was the new tennis courts.
So let me just go play tennis for a minute.
I just want to roller skate on those tennis courts, that's it.
Director Guzman Ortiz.
No, I think there was an SIA meeting yesterday, Monday, that I was unable to attend as well, so if anyone wants to know about that.
Well, Health Director Bethel, did you go to that one too?
Nope, it's all you now. They were great meetings, so you can watch it back.
I think I have to go do that, but thank you. And I just want to, I guess, last comments for the night. Just thank everyone all of our community who showed up, students, educators, who were also present. I'm really proud to be, part of this team and to be able to be here and have these hard discussions. That's kind of how things have to go, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of emotional energy as well. But this is what we have to do in order to get to the next step. So honestly, I hope that this is an opportunity for us to be able to continue to do the hard work, continue to do the internal work as well, right? And just want to thank, everyone for sticking it through. So looking forward to catching my breath after this.
Thank you. Director Bethel?
So on the COG and SCATs, which I fill in a different role, and sometimes they're difficult meetings to sit through, and there's a lot of technical details. So for SCATs, basically Salem-Keizer Area Transportation Study, which is a committee of individuals countywide, and we participate because we have a large transportation area in the Salem-Keizer School District. The gist of it is we're working on projects in Marion County in partnership with SCATs to improve some roadways, and the conversation that day really kind of entailed federal dollars that are coming down that will be disseminated into projects proposed, and specifically there was 3 projects, and Marion County has, I think, 2, and they'll be utilizing those ARPA dollars on those currently proposed projects that will improve roadways. One of them, as an example, is Wheatland Road in North Keizer. They're proposing sidewalks, which is a main walkway for students that participate in 2 elementary schools up there. Right now they're walking on really narrow bike lanes, and it's unsafe if they choose not to ride the bus or be transported by parents. So it'll be it's a long process. It takes forever to do these major improvements, but it's awesome that it's in the works. And then what month are we in? October. So 2 months ago, we didn't actually talk about this, but Salem-Keizer was awarded a partnership for 2 safe routes to schools routes, which means Marion County, in partnership with SCATs and the Oregon Department of Transportation, funded sidewalks and crosswalks, if you will, in East Marion County. So it's not called Mary Air anymore. Mary Air? I thought it was called something. Anyway, that school, and then another one, Auburn maybe? I'd have to look at my report, but they're underway, and this is a really great thing for kids, specifically in that community, because a bulk of them are walkers because they're so close, and right now a set of students is crossing a main thoroughfare with no actual interchange safety. So I would think in the next year, and maybe somebody will kick me tomorrow at work saying that, but I think they'll be done. It'll be a safe place for kids to walk, which is really great. For COG, the Council of Governments, which is an intercollaborative organization of government entities that work together for particular things. We really just talked about a lot of federal changes, policy things that are suggested. I'm not gonna lie, I tuned out about halfway through, but I was on the meeting. But they have a really great team over there that support our organizations, and I'm gonna say I miss Paul Kylo because he was a diehard COG guy, and he always sat through it and listened to every second of it. So maybe we'll recruit him.
Well, I just, had a conflicting meeting that just was not expecting to be at the same time as the COG meeting. But, I mean, really, transportation is just, my bread and butter. And I really invested in the fact that, we're able to get, these safe routes to school. And then I actually, you talking about SCATs reminded me that they are working with the climate action plan that I know that the Salem City Council has passed, and trying to implement that in, kind of a broader scale. However, it is kind of up to these different districts to kind of establish what it means to reduce their emissions, and that's kind of tied to funding as well, but as long as they themselves are saying that they're compliant, they will get the money. But I'm hoping that we'll, make some sort of progress to reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
And who's going to announce that the district received the grant to have some electrical buses?
You, apparently.
I was expecting one
Oh.
of you to.
I don't.
Congratulations to whoever did those grants. So
We didn't talk
congratulations.
about that, so.
Yeah.
I think we have accepted them a few meetings.
It was already
back.
it was already published. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Director Carson Cunningham, anything to report?
I did attend that COG meeting as well for the first part of it, I believe, where we did the overview from the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance presenting to
Yes,
the
I did
COG.
not participate in that because I remember.
And so that was very interesting. And then I'm going to receive an orientation for that same group, the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, as the backup for that, for Christy, for that meeting coming up, I think, next week. And then looking forward to the South Salem ribbon cutting that's coming up on the 21st. So, my update.
Oh, that flew by.
What's that?
It just, I feel like the construction has flown by. I'm sure
It
the team
has.
does not think so, but.
No, it has.
I am shocked that we're 4 schools out.
Yeah, 4 schools, 4 high schools.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the seats are in Rose Auditorium, just saying.
Oh,
They weren't in there for a while. They were hung up in a cargo container.
I would just like to say, there's a lot of learning for us to do together, and that's on part on me, on my leadership, and so I'm gonna dedicate myself to be better as a board member, as a board leader. I also want the community to also work with us and understand us and help us bridge those gaps through those hard discussions and conversations. And then I do want to make a shout out to our West Salem community, especially our freshman football audience that goes and supports them with maintaining the safe and healthy environment so that our student athletes can continue to engage in a sport and also in their academics, because I'll go anywhere else where I need to go. I think I've been to Sprague as well, and but West Salem has done, I think that community has been really doing a really good job, and I really appreciate that. It's a safety priority so our kids can also remain in school, so thank you. And with that,
Meeting is adjourned.
the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good job, good meeting.